Chapter 433. Jun Xiaoyao had already thought of his next plan. First, he would go into seclusion to increase his strength as much as possible. Then he would go and see where the ancient freak of the Jun family was hibernating. If possible, he would teach the Archean royalty and the immortal ancient races a lesson. Then he would go to the depths of immortal ancient to search for opportunities. He would also pay attention to the news of the bronze immortal palace. If I'm going into seclusion, I'll choose the immortal ancient Dao Lake. Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to look for other places. The immortal ancient Dao Lake was rich in spiritual qi. It was the perfect place for seclusion. Jun Xiaoyao looked around and said, "This place will be the place where I, the Son of God, will go into seclusion. Everyone else, leave within 15 minutes. Otherwise, I'll kill you all." Jun Xiaoyao's simple words caused the geniuses and creatures of immortal ancient to shiver. They hurriedly retreated. In just a short while, only Jun Xiaoyao and the people around him were left in the immortal ancient Dao Lake. Princess Longji did not say a word. She found a place and prepared to go into seclusion to refine the dragon corpse. Lei Mingyuan also found a place to refine the remains of the thunder beast. Even if he was just Jun Xiaoyao's servant, Lei Mingyuan felt that he should improve his strength. Only Jun Mulan and the other two were left. My seclusion this time might take some time. You can go into seclusion or look for opportunities. When the news of this place spreads, I don't think many people will dare to provoke our Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao said. Okay. It's important for you to improve your strength. Don't worry about us, Jun Mulan and the other two said. Jun Xiaoyao was now the backbone of the younger generation of the Jun family. Nothing could go wrong. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Jun Mulan smiled and said, "I'm also very curious. When you come out of seclusion this time, how strong will you be?" "How should I put it? I should have no problem sweeping through immortal ancient." Jun Xiaoyao smiled casually. Jun Mulan and the other two's eyes lit up. They knew that while Jun Xiaoyao looked arrogant, he was never one to brag. Since he said that he could sweep through immortal ancient, then he naturally could sweep through immortal ancient. After that, Jun Xiaoyao also arrived at the core area where the four Dao lakes intersected. The spirit qi in this place was extremely dense, turning into wisps of mist. Let's begin, then. After Jun Xiaoyao adjusted his state of mind, he prepared to begin cultivating. He first took out 7 elemental dragon essences. This was originally one of Long Aoyan's trump cards. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had snatched it away. "It's a pity that I wasn't able to refine the imperial dragon's blood." Jun Xiaoyao sighed. However, thinking about it, these 7 dragon essences were refined by Long Aoyan. Strictly speaking, they did not belong to him. However, the Emperor Dragon's blood was something that Long Aoyan was born with. Naturally, it would not be so easy to extract it. Long Aoyan, you'd better fatten yourself up quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to do it. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Jun Xiaoyao also had a use for these 7 elemental dragon essences. As his strength increased, his blue sky ancestral dragon armor's defensive power was already somewhat lacking. He could use these 7 dragon essences to refine into the blue sky ancestral dragon armor to increase its defensive power. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao could also control the power of these 7 dragon essences at will. He took out the 7 dragon essences and began to focus on cultivating. The entire immortal ancient Dao lakes became quiet. However, what happened here would obviously spread quickly. After all, everything that Jun Xiaoyao did was not a small matter. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao had made more enemies as a result. Everyone could faintly sense that a storm seemed to be brewing in the immortal ancient world. 536 Literature. In a region not far from the immortal ancient Dao lakes. In the void, a graceful figure flashed. It was Yen Rumeng. The demonic glint in her beautiful eyes had already disappeared. Her entire face was pale, and she was a little exhausted. However, at the same time, There was a sense of shame on her face. I can't believe I kissed Jun Xiaoyao. Yan Ruming's emotions were complicated. Although it wasn't her original intention, it still gave her a strange feeling. What should I do next? Yan Ruming was a little confused. Once, twice, she had been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao. It was impossible to say that there was no impact. At this moment, a languid female voice sounded in Yan Ruming's mind. Go to the ancient spiritual land. It seems that a descendant of the supreme demonic being is sleeping there. You can think of a way to wake her up. Yes, I will obey. However, should I let the descendant of the supreme demonic being deal with Jun Xiaoyao? Yan Ruming asked. No need. That little fresh meat is too delicious. He also has the 1 in a million sacred body of the ancients. He can be said to be an excellent cultivation vessel. If I can dual cultivate with him, I can probably become an immortal easily. The languid female voice had a hint of longing. Yan Ruming's pretty face blushed slightly. It was the owner of the voice who had controlled her body and kissed Jun Xiaoyao. After that, Yan Ruming also set off for the ancient spiritual land. On the other side, Huang Tinga of the Thousand Phoenix Spirit Mountain was a little miserable. That Jun Xiaoyao is too hateful. Huang Tinga's figure was in a mess. Fortunately, he had the divine phoenix, eternal fire. This fire was known to be immortal. It could allow Huang Tinga's physical body to recover at an extremely fast speed. Half of the wings on his back had been torn apart by Jun Xiaoyao. Now, another one was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I'll go find the Phoenix Lady to discuss countermeasures. Zulong and the other forces will not be indifferent. It's time to start the plan, Huang Tinga muttered to himself. His figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. On the other side, the saint was also recovering from his injuries. His face was just as cold. Go to the ancient spiritual land. Not only are there some ancient freaks sleeping there, but there are also many opportunities buried there. If I can get the opportunities to become stronger, I might be able to contend with Jun Xiaoyao. The saint gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to give up. He would definitely get his revenge. At the same time, in a secret place, several black-robed men gathered together. What should we do? Even the dark son of God has fallen. That Jun Xiaoyao killed the fallen son of God first, and then the dark son of God. He has gone too far. These black-robed men were all from the fallen God palace. They had followed the dark son of God into the immortal ancient world. Who would have thought that they would hear the news that the dark son of God had fallen at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao? Their strength was not as strong as the dark son of God. Going to find Jun Xiaoyao was tantamount to suicide. We can only proceed according to the previous plan. Go to the ancient spiritual land and awaken the ancient freaks of the fallen God palace. That's right. Only the ancient freaks of the fallen God palace can contend with Jun Xiaoyao. After making the decision, the fallen God palace's geniuses also set off for the ancient spiritual land. In an instant, all the forces that were against Jun Xiaoyao started to take action. One could imagine that there would be a huge commotion in the immortal ancient world. Of course, the person who hated Jun Xiaoyao the most was Long Outyin. Chapter 434. Damn it! Long Outyin looked up to the sky and cursed. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with hatred. Long Outyin, who had always been arrogant, had suffered a huge blow. Not only had he been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, but his 7 dragon essences had also been taken away. More importantly, Jun Xiaoyao had taken the woman he wanted to make his official wife away from him. If thoughts could kill, Long Outyin would have killed Jun Xiaoyao 1,000,000 times. Mr. Long, don't be like this. It's okay to lose. Ao Wan comforted him. That's right, brother Outyin. It's not your fault. Long Bichi also comforted him. Ao Zhan shook his head slightly and said, I didn't expect there to be such a monster in the outside world. It seems that no one other than the crown prince can subdue him. Long Outyin gritted his teeth and was unwilling to give up. He did not want to seek revenge through others. He wanted to wash away the humiliation with his own hands. However, Long Ao Yin could not think of a better way at the moment. Ao Luan suddenly said, "Mr. Long, why don't you come back to the ancestral land with me? Cousin Ao Guang is also cultivating in seclusion there. Maybe you can get some opportunities." Ao Luan was now thinking of Long Ao Yin wholeheartedly. Long Ao Yin's eyes lit up. The ancestral land of the dragon human race should be a place of opportunities. It was impossible for outsiders to enter it. However, he could enter it because of his relationship with Ao Luan. It was an opportunity that was exclusive to him. Isn't that a little inappropriate? Long Ao Yin purposely evaded the question. What's wrong with it? Mr. Long, you don't have to treat me like an outsider. Moreover, you have the blood of the dragon human race in you. Ao Luan blushed. You should come back with us. After all, we have a common enemy. Ao Zhan also said, That's good. Long Ao Yin nodded with a dark light in his eyes. He had made the right bet. As long as he protected Ao Luan, the opportunities of the dragon human race would be at his fingertips. Jun Xiaoyao, just you wait. When I become stronger, not only you, but all the members of the Jun family in the immortal ancient world will be destroyed. Long Ao Yin said coldly in his heart. That plan had been hatched before they had entered the immortal ancient world. He would definitely be able to deal a fatal blow to the younger generation of the Jun family. After that, Long Ao Tian, Long Bichi by Mayor, and the others followed Ao Luan and Ao Zhan to the ancestral land of the Dragon Men. All of the immortal ancient Tao lakes were surging with undercurrents. There were geniuses fighting in every region, and there were also geniuses who died. The entire immortal ancient world was a great opportunity, but it was also very cruel. Even the sequence of the Jun family had fallen, let alone the geniuses of other forces. Of course, there were also many geniuses who had risen to the top. For example, Yu had made a name for himself in the immortal ancient world. He was originally the successor of an ancient monarch clan in the mystic heaven immortal realm. He had many innate abilities and extraordinary bloodline. After finding all kinds of fortuitous encounters in the immortal ancient world, his strength skyrocketed, reaching the late-stage true immortal realm. He held the star extermination bow of annihilation in his hand and shot out 9 arrows in unison, sweeping through the surroundings. Other than Yu, the reincarnation demon sect's ancient freak Wang Chuan was also famous. After all, he was an ancient freak. Coupled with his sacred reincarnation physique, he was ranked in the top 50 among the 3,000 physiques. Therefore, his strength was also very strong, reaching the small completion true immortal realm. In terms of strength, Wang Chuan could compete with the first and second sequence of the Jun family. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had planted a slave mark in his mind, so he was still Jun Xiaoyao's prisoner. In addition, there were all kinds of news. For example, Jun Wushuang, the second sequence of the Jun family, had killed 7 geniuses of the far ancient imperial family. Also, Jun Lingsang, the first sequence of the Jun family with Polychoria, fought 3,000 rounds with the Qilin son of the ancient Qilin cave of the Archean royalty. In the end, the Qilin son was defeated in one move and retreated. Wang Teng, the young master of the Wang family, fought 100 geniuses alone in order to seize a fortuitous encounter. In the end, he defeated everyone and won the fortuitous encounter, shocking everyone. It could be said that the entire immortal ancient world had entered a white-hot stage. On the other side, the immortal ancient Tao lakes were still quiet. In the central area of the immortal ancient Tao lakes, Jun Xiaoyao was sitting cross-legged by himself. At a certain moment, his body suddenly trembled, and 7-colored divine light surged in his body. Then, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly opened his eyes, and the light on the surface of his body surged, and finally turned into a metal armor that flickered with 7-colored divine light. The entire armor was very slender, and it fit Jun Xiaoyao's slender body. The surface was silver, and at the same time, it was suffused with 7-colored divine light. It was a bit like colorful silver. This armor looked similar to the azure gold, blue sky, ancestral dragon armor from before. However, whether it was the defensive power or the aura, it was much stronger than the blue sky ancestral dragon armor. I finally completely refined the 7 dragon essences. With the armor on, Jun Xiaoyao could feel that the defensive power of this armor was more than 10 times that of the blue sky ancestral dragon armor from before. However, that was not the only benefit. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and 7 dragon roars were heard. 7 dragon-shaped phantoms of different colors soared into the sky, and they were extremely powerful. This move was Long Out Yen's trump card. The 7 dragons destroy the world. Not bad. These 7 dragon essences did not disappoint me. Let's call this armor the 7-colored sacred dragon armor, Jun Xiaoyao said. Compared to the useless blue sky ancestral dragon armor, the 7-colored sacred dragon armor could obviously give Jun Xiaoyao a great boost in defense. Jun Xiaoyao's body shook, and the 7-colored sacred dragon armor turned into motes of colorful light and retracted into Jun Xiaoyao's body. Refining the 7 dragon essences was just a side benefit. What Jun Xiaoyao really wanted to cultivate was the Daluo immortal body and refine the drop of blood of the immortal remnant. Jun Xiaoyao took out many sources of Dao and prepared to start refining the Daluo immortal bone. He was very curious to see how strong his physical body would be after he successfully cultivated the Daluo immortal body. Jun Xiaoyao continued to cultivate. At about the same time, Long Out Yen and the others also arrived at the ancestral land of the Dragon Men. Looking around, the ancestral land of the Dragon Men had an ancient and desolate aura. There was also dragon chi in the air. Led by Ao Wan and Ao Zhan, Long Out Yen also entered the ancestral land of the Dragon Men. They arrived outside a valley. This is... Long Out Yen hesitated. This is where cousin Ao Guang is cultivating in seclusion, Ao Wan said. That young king. Long Out Yen's eyes flashed, because the immortal ancient races were restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. The older generation elites could not leave the ancestral land. Therefore, it was useless to find the elders of the Dragon Men, so it was better to find the Dragon Men's crown prince, Ao Guang. At this moment, there was a sudden surge of aura in the valley and light filled the sky. A golden sun rose into the sky. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a slender figure within the sun. The figure was a handsome blond youth with golden dragon horns on his forehead. His skin was fair, and he looked like a god of light. Even Long Out Yen was slightly startled by his aura. Heavenly God Realm. This person was undoubtedly the young king of the Dragon Men, Crown Prince Ao Guang. Chapter 435. In the outside world, it was almost impossible for the younger generation to reach the heavenly god realm at this age. However, the environment in the immortal ancient world was much better than the outside world. Crown Prince Ao Guang took a step forward and appeared in front of everyone. Cousin, Your Highness, Ao Wan and Ao Zhan cupped their hands. I know why you're here. It's because of that ant from the outside world, right? Ao Guang said calmly. That's right. Jun Xiaoyao and that woman called Princess Longji must die. Ao Wan's tone was filled with hatred. Don't worry. As the leader of the immortal ancient race, how can we be provoked like this? Ao Guang said coldly. Feeling Ao Guang's pressure and killing intent, Bai Mei couldn't help but feel worried. Although she had fanatical worship and confidence in Jun Xiaoyao, however, Ao Guang's aura was too terrifying. It wasn't something that the outside world's geniuses could fight against. Oh right, cousin, this is Prince Long. He saved me before. Ao Wan introduced Long Out Yen to Ao Guang. She also told Ao Guang about some of the things that happened before. After hearing that, Ao Guang nodded slightly. He looked at Long Out Yen with kindness in his eyes. Thank you for saving my cousin. You don't have to thank me. Miss Ao Wan and I hit it off. I have no regrets helping her. Long Out Yin said righteously. Seeing this, Aolwan's heart throbbed even more. She begged, Cousin, you must help young Master Long. Long Out Yin's eyes were filled with hope. He believed that his luck wouldn't be that bad. He would definitely have a chance to turn things around. A.O. Guang thought for a moment and said, If we're talking about opportunities, the ancestral land of the dragon human race does have them. However, before that, can you promise to do something for the dragon human race? What is it? Long Out Yin's eyes flashed. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. In the depths of the immortal ancient world, there's an ancient spiritual land. There are many opportunities there, and it's also the place where ancient freaks are buried. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ancient spiritual earth, there is an expanse of heaven forbidden remains. That place has special rules, so our immortal ancient creatures cannot enter. If you can enter the heaven forbidden legacy grounds and help us find the immortal ancient writ, I can let you go to the ancestral grounds to seek out opportunities. A.O. Guang said, Primordial spiritual land, heaven forbidden land? Long Out Yin raised his eyebrows. As for what the immortal ancient token was, Long Out Yin did not know either. Seeing this, A.O. Guang did not mince his words. The immortal ancient token can allow us young immortal ancient creatures to leave the immortal ancient world. When he said this, even with A.O. Guang's character, his tone couldn't help but fluctuate a little. These young kings of the immortal ancient, no matter how monstrous their talents and strength were, could only be trapped in the immortal ancient world. They also yearned for freedom. They wanted to go out, challenge the Emperor's Road, and fight for the heavenly fate. In the immortal ancient world, their cultivation levels were generally higher than the geniuses of the outside world. But what they lost was their freedom. All right, I understand. Long Out Yin agreed. Regardless of whether he could get it in the end, there was nothing wrong with agreeing now. I hope you won't disappoint me. A.O. Guang looked deeply at Long Out Yin. Long Out Yin's heart trembled. If he slacked off, A.O. Guang would not let him go. Humph, when I get the opportunity, no one will be able to stand on top of me, whether it's Jun Xiaoyao or A.O. Guang. Long Out Yin thought to himself. He was the main character of the heavenly fate, born rebellious. Only he could step on the heads of others and not let others step on his head. After Long Out Yin agreed, A.O. Guang led the group to the depths of the Dragon Man ancestral grounds. Looking from afar, an island was suspended in the void, and on the island there was a cave. That is the opportunity of the Dragon Man ancestral grounds, the ancient Dragon Cave. I have entered it before, but it was difficult for me to reach the deepest part. But I have to remind you that there is a risk of death if you enter. As for the deepest part, there is almost 100% chance of death. A.O. Guang warned. Hearing this, A.O. Luan panicked a little. Prince Long, don't force yourself. It's okay. Long Out Yin's eyes shone brightly. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If he was afraid, then he would not be Long Out Yin. Jun Xiaoyao, just you wait. I, Long Out Yin, will not be defeated just like this. Long Out Yin said coldly in his heart. His body rose into the sky, and without hesitation, he entered the ancient Dragon Cave. Cousin, will he be okay? A.O. Luan asked worriedly. That will depend on his luck. I hope he knows what's good for him and goes to the deepest part. A.O. Guang shook his head. In the deepest part, even with his heavenly god cultivation, there was no chance of survival. Long Out Yin was only a late true god. If he went to the deepest part, he would definitely die. Compared to A.O. Luan's worries, Bai Mei wished that Long Out Yin would die in the ancient Dragon Cave. In that case, Jun Xiaoyao would have less trouble. Long Out Yin began to look for his own opportunity. He wanted to make a comeback and take revenge on Jun Xiaoyao. In another region of the immortal ancient world, there was a spiritual mountain filled with Taoist rhythms and spiritual qi. On top of the spiritual mountain sat a peerless woman who looked like she was going to ride the wind. Her entire body was flawless, and she looked like a fairy. Her jade-like body was tall and slender. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall, draping over her hips. Her immortal face was sparkling and shrouded in radiance. Her brows were like the distant mountains, and her eyes were clear. She was extremely beautiful with a kind of otherworldly beauty. Her entire body emitted a connate Taoist rhythm, like a snow lotus that stood alone in the world, untainted by dust. Who else could this woman be other than Jiang Xingyi? At a certain moment, Jiang Xingyi opened her clear eyes and exclaimed, "The Taoist rhythms of this place are indeed beneficial." At this moment, Jiang Xingyi seemed to have sensed something. Her beautiful eyes turned cold as she looked into the distance. "Come out." "Hee. I don't want to disturb Fairy's cultivation." In the distant sky, a figure arrived. It was a young man who was tall, handsome, and had the bearing of a dragon and the appearance of a phoenix. His skin was like jade and contained divine light. His entire body seemed to be protected by the heavenly Tao, for auspicious spirits surrounded him. A true dragon soared into the sky, a phoenix cried, a qilin stepped on the sea, and a black tortoise carried the mountain. The surrounding qi of heaven and earth was disturbed by him. His entire body was shrouded in endless light, as if a celestial emperor had descended. It was the young emperor of the Wang family, Wang Teng. "Wang Teng, what are you doing here?" Seeing the visitor, Jiang Xingyi's expression was as cold as ice. The mana in her body flowed, faintly. "Jiang Xingyi, there's no need to treat me like an outsider. I have no hostility towards you." Wang Teng stood in the void with his hands behind his back. There was a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. One had to admit that Wang Teng was indeed magnanimous. His temperament was extraordinary and could subdue everyone. However, Jiang Xingyi was not late to this. There was no fluctuation in her beautiful eyes. "I have nothing to do with you, and I have nothing to say to you." Jiang Xingyi's tone was cold. If the Wang family hadn't come to propose marriage, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't have had to take the risk of entering the eternal burial ground. Jiang Xingyi didn't have a good impression of Wang Teng and the Wang family. Instead, she was extremely disgusted and hostile. "Sai, how sad. But I'm sure you need this, right?" As Wang Ting spoke, he took out a jade scroll that emitted extraordinary Taoist rhythms. That is, Jiang Xingyi's eyes dimmed. Chapter 436. The jade scroll that Wang Teng took out was filled with ancient Taoist rhymes, giving people a feeling that it was about to be sublimated. Seeing Jiang Xingyi's eyes, Wang Teng smiled and said, "I got this by chance in a place of opportunity." It recorded the great path of a great celestial lord. "You have an innate Taoist embryo and need this kind of enlightenment the most, so I want to give it to you." Wang Teng had a gentle smile at the corner of his lips. To be honest, any woman would be tempted by Wang Teng's charm. After all, with Wang Teng's status, there was no need for him to please any woman. It was rare for him to be so attentive. The enlightenment of a great celestial lord? Jiang Xingyi's eyes flashed slightly. That was not the enlightenment of an ordinary supreme, but that of a great celestial lord. Among the 7 realms of supreme, great celestial lords were ranked 4th. One could imagine how precious the enlightenment of the great path left by such a powerhouse was. Wang Teng had put in a lot of effort in order to pursue Jiang Xingyi. "Take it. It's what you need." Wang Teng smiled. Jiang Xingyi said coldly, "You're just interested in my innate Taoist embryo." Wang Teng raised his eyebrows slightly and said noncommittally, "I don't deny it, but how do you know that Jun Xiaoyao is not interested in your innate Taoist embryo?" What nonsense are you talking about?" Jiang Xingyi's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Wang Teng, who saw this, had a cold look in his eyes. Jiang Xingyi was indeed related to Jun Xiaoyao. He continued, "Jun Xiaoyao has the sacred body of the ancients, and you have the innate Taoist embryo. How do you know that he's not being nice to you because of your innate Taoist embryo? Besides, I heard that the Jiang family wants to unite Jiang Luoli and Jun Xiaoyao by marriage. What about you? Also, your relationship with Jun Xiaoyao is a bit special. Jun Xiaoyao may not give you any status in his life. Are you willing to be looked down upon like this? Wang Teng's words were like sharp swords that went straight to Jiang Xingyi's heart. She had to admit that Wang Teng was very smart. He had done his homework before coming. He knew that to deal with a woman like Jiang Xingyi, it was useless to use force, to attack her heart. At this moment, Wang Teng seemed to have become old Wang next door. He was trying his best to poach him. Jiang Xingyi's. Although Wang Teng's words had a hidden agenda, they had indeed hit the nail on the head. She wondered what kind of person she was in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Moreover, Jiang Xingyi did not know how to face Jiang Luoli in the future. She was very confused. Wang Teng waved his hand and threw the great heavenly venerate jade slip to Jiang Xingyi. To say women, A's woman, 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 thought, thought. But the next moment, the smile on Wang Teng's face froze. Jiang Xingyi didn't even look at the jade slip. With a shake of her jade-like hand, the jade slip was reduced to dust. Jiang Xingyi. Coldness flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. Your words and your person only make me feel extremely nauseous and disgusted. Jiang Xingyi's beautiful face was filled with anger. She was already mature. How could she be defeated by Wang Teng's words? Wang Teng was looking down on her by treating her as an ignorant young lady. Wang Teng clenched his fists. An impulse surged in his heart. If he forcibly suppressed Jiang Xingyi now, as Wang Teng was thinking this, his gaze suddenly fell on the void behind Jiang Xingyi. The next moment, the coldness on Wang Teng's face dissipated. He smiled and said, "Since your friend is here, I will take my leave." After he finished speaking, Wang Teng took a step and left. After Wang Teng left, in the void behind Jiang Xingyi appeared. A beautiful woman in a flowery silk dress appeared. That beauty was beautiful. Her skin was fair and translucent, especially her beautiful eyes, which rippled like autumn water. She looked extremely lively. This fairy-like beauty was extremely beautiful, but she was not a flower vase. The faint fluctuations she emitted indicated that she had reached the celestial god realm. "That man is really annoying," the woman said. Her eyes were filled with disgust. "Qiu Shui, thank you," Jiang Xingyi said with a smile. This woman was one of the immortal ancient four great clans, the young king of the beauty clan, Li Qiu Shui. Li Qiu Shui replied with a smile, "This is nothing. Previously, several of my clansmen were in danger. It was only because you passed by that we were able to survive. Moreover, we still need you to go to the Forbidden Heaven ruins and help us find the immortal ancient tokens." "Don't worry, I will definitely do this," Jiang Xingyi nodded and said with certainty, because she had coincidentally saved several clansmen of the Beauty Clan. She had formed good karma with the Beauty Clan. The Beauty Clan gave Jiang Xingyi the ancestral steel in the ancestral land for her to study and comprehend, which allowed her cultivation to increase greatly. Jiang Xingyi agreed to help them find the immortal ancient tokens in the Forbidden Heaven ruins. "Right, there is a piece of news that I think you will be interested in," Li Qiu Shui suddenly said. "What news?" Jiang Xingyi asked. Then Li Qiu Shui told her all the news about Jun Xiaoyao. The immortal ancient clans were local tyrants, so their channels of information were much faster than the geniuses of the outside world. After hearing that Jun Xiaoyao had swept through the immortal ancient Dao lakes, Jiang Xingyi revealed a knowing smile. She was even happier than if she had obtained the opportunity herself. Xiaoyao has never disappointed anyone. Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes contained affection that even she herself did not notice. Sigh, a woman in love. Li Qiu Shui sighed. On the other side, Wang Teng, who had left Jiang Xingyi, finally couldn't hold back his anger and exploded. His body shook and thousands of magical power rumbled between heaven and earth. The surrounding mountains were sunk by this magical power, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. After a long while, Wang Ting calmed down and suddenly said, "Is he here?" A wave of ripples suddenly appeared in the void. A cloaked man in a black robe that hid his identity appeared in front of Wang Ting. The void around this cloaked man was distorted and vibrating, and ripples appeared. Obviously, he had extraordinary attainments in the way of space. "Greetings, young emperor," the cloaked man said in a low voice. "That plan is about to be implemented. You have a special physique, so it will be convenient for you to contact other forces." Wang Ting said, "Is it finally about to start?" "The Kingslayer plan," the cloaked man murmured. "Go. I will make everyone in the Jun family pay with their blood." Wang Tung's eyes were extremely cold. He would get back at the Jun family for the humiliation he suffered at Jiang Xingyi's hands. As Wang Tung activated the Kingslayer plan, the undercurrents in the entire immortal ancient world became even more turbulent. In a certain part of the immortal ancient world, a scholarly young man was digesting his own opportunities. He looked like a human, but there was a pair of compound eyes on his face. The void in front of him suddenly twisted, and a cloaked man appeared. The scholarly man seemed to have expected this, and he was not surprised. "You're finally here," the scholarly man said with a faint smile. "Gu Chanzi, the plan has begun. You need to find out where the 3 ancient freaks of the Jun family are sleeping." The cloaked man said, "No problem. We can finally begin." The man named Gu Chanzi smiled faintly. He was from the heavenly cicada royal family of the far ancient royal family. In this family, there was a heavenly cicada who had become a great emperor, and he was called Heavenly Cicada. The heavenly cicada royal family was born with the ability to tell fortunes, and they could calculate many causes and effects. It was also because of this that the heavenly cicada royal family was extremely rare. There were only 2 or 3 of them in each generation, and most of them lived in seclusion. This time, before the opening of the immortal ancient world, many opposing forces of the Jun family had joined forces and secretly planned the Kingslayer plan. Because of this, they deliberately found a descendant of the heavenly cicada royal family, who was Gu Chanzi. Chapter 437. Gu Chanzi was an important part of the plan. He was the only one who could figure out where the 3 ancient freaks of the Jun family were sleeping in the ancient spiritual land. After informing Gu Chanzi, the cloaked man disappeared into the void. Gu Chanzi's eyes were deep as he looked into the distance. This plan has Zulong, Wan Huang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, Wang family of the Northern Land, Fallen God Palace, and other forces involved. It should be foolproof. But why do I feel something ominous, as if there is an anomaly that will lead to a catastrophe and destruction? Gu Chanzi frowned slightly. The heavenly cicada clan could vaguely calculate a trace of karma and fate, but only vaguely. It involved a deeper level of karma and fate. Unless the ancestor of the heavenly cicada clan, Tian Chanzi, was reincarnated, otherwise, the rest of the heavenly cicada clan did not have such a profound ability. Gu Chanzi could only be considered a young descendant of the heavenly cicada clan. He was not mature enough and could only calculate some superficial karma. After that, in another area, the cloaked man found Huang Tinga. Beside him, there was another beautiful woman. The woman was wearing a red phoenix robe. It was as bright as fire, outlining her hazy and graceful figure. Her skin was like jade, and her hair was tied into a luxurious phoenix bun. Her face was charming and alluring, and there was a phoenix mark on her snow-white forehead. This woman was the phoenix maiden of Wan Huang Spirit Mountain, Feng Luofei. Huang Zi, Huang Tinga, Phoenix Maiden, Feng Luofei. These 2 were the core geniuses of Wan Huang Spirit Mountain. Huang Zi, Phoenix Maiden, the plan is about to start, the cloaked man said. We know. Feng Luofei nodded slightly. The cloaked man turned around and left. After he left, Feng Luofei turned to look at Huang Tinga and said, Is Jun Xiaoyao really that strong? Huang Tinga said in a low voice. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that Jun Xiaoyao is worthy of the title of number one of the younger generation. I, the sacred son of the sacred sect, and the goddess of the demon god palace, can't even make him retreat, let alone injure him. Feng Luofei frowned when she heard Feng Tianji's words. Logically speaking, even if there was a gap between heaven's favorites of the same generation, the gap shouldn't be that big. It could only be said that Jun Xiaoyao was a unique anomaly. His existence was like an ancient mountain, pressing down on the heads of all the geniuses. In the future, even the ancient freaks might be suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, my 10,000 Phoenix Spiritual Mountains ancient freak is not in the immortal ancient world. Feng Luofei shook her small head. Not all ancient freaks were slumbering in the immortal ancient world. Princess Longji, for example, was sleeping somewhere in the immortal region. That doesn't matter. If we join forces, we can even kill the ancient freaks of the Jun Xiaoyao, Huang Tinga said. If Jun Xiaoyao and the others were not eliminated, they would not be at ease. Then let's go to the ancient spiritual land, Feng Luofei said. The two of them flapped their wings and flew in the direction of the ancient spiritual land, in another area of the immortal ancient world, in the middle of a mountain range filled with purple. A man with a head of purple hair and an auspicious Qilin phantom around him was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. He had a pair of purple Qilin horns on his head and wore a purple-gold Qilin armor. His aura was extremely powerful. His pair of eyes were like purple stars revolving around him, captivating one's soul. This man was the top heaven's favorite of the ancient Qilin cave, the Qilin Sun. Previously, news spread in the immortal ancient world that the Qilin Sun fought with the Jun family sequence number 1, Junling Song, and escaped after losing in one move. But now, the Qilin Sun didn't show any signs of injury. His qi and blood were strong. At this time, the void in front of him rippled and a figure appeared. It was the cloaked man. The Qilin Sun looked over with his purple eyes, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. Qilin Sun, the plan has begun. Let's go to the ancient spiritual land, the cloaked man said. It's finally begun. The Qilin Sun stood up. His qi and blood were vigorous, and the purple qi around him was vast and mighty. Vaguely, countless auspicious Qilin shadows flashed around him. Junling Song, you think I lost to you in one move, but in fact, it's because I didn't use my trump card. Next, it will be the end of the Jun family. The Qilin Sun sneered, his purple hair fluttering. On the other side, the cloaked man who had left the Qilin Sun was planning his next plan. Who should I inform next? Zulong's long-out yen lost to Jun Xiaoyao at the immortal ancient Dao Lake. Now his whereabouts are unknown. Princess Longji submitted to Jun Xiaoyao and even became his mount. The cloaked man's tone was calm. He had just received this news not long ago. No matter what, Jun Xiaoyao must die in the immortal ancient world. The cloaked man's voice was extremely cold, as if he had an irreconcilable hatred for Jun Xiaoyao. By the way, we can also join forces with other forces, such as the Demon God Palace and the Sacred Sect, as well as the immortal ancient races that Jun Xiaoyao offended. The cloaked man sneered. After that, he tried to find a way to find the Sacred Sect's son and Yen Raman. The Sacred Sect's son was very decisive and agreed immediately. As for Yen Raman, she didn't agree immediately. Instead, she rejected it temporarily. To be honest, she really didn't want to meet the devil Jun Xiaoyao again. Next, the cloaked man rushed to the ancestral lands of the immortal ancient races. On the other side, outside the ancient dragon cave in the ancestral land of the dragon men, Ao Guang, Ao Wan, Long Bichi, Bameer, and the others were waiting there. It's been so many days, but Prince Long hasn't come out. Could something have happened? Ao Wan asked worriedly. If he had listened to the warning, he shouldn't have. Just as Ao Guang finished his sentence, The entire floating island where the ancient dragon cave was located started to rumble and shake. Lights of various colors lit up and dragon chi filled the air. What's going on? Aolwan was shocked. He stepped into the deepest part of the ancient dragon cave. Ao Guang frowned. What? Aolwanyu's face turned pale. Didn't this mean that Long Outyen was likely to die? By May, I was a little happy. If Long Outyen really died in the ancient dragon cave, it couldn't be better. At the same time, in the deepest part of the ancient dragon cave, Long Outyen's body was covered in blood as he stepped on a formation. I did it. I finally did it. Long Outyen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The ancient dragon cave was indeed full of danger. One could lose his life if he wasn't careful. But who was he? He was Long Outyen. He was the son of fate who was protected by the heavens and earth. He had the halo of a protagonist. How could a mere ancient dragon cave be enough to take his life? After breaking through the most difficult stage, Long Outyen looked around and held his breath. In front of him was a giant dragon clan skeleton that was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. Every bone was as clear as jade and seemed to be branded with the runes of the heavens and earth. The unique spatial fluctuations couldn't be concealed and spread out. Could it be the ancient Void Dragon clan? Long Outyen's face was filled with unprecedented joy. Chapter 438. The Dragon Tribe was a very broad tribe that included many categories. Even Zulong could not gather all of the Dragon Tribe's living beings. Within the Dragon Tribe, there were many different types of Dragon Tribe based on the difference in their bloodlines. The ancient Void Dragon clan was a very ancient and powerful clan among the Dragon clan. The bloodline of this tribe was extremely rare and difficult to find. Even in the lair of Zulong, there was no ancient Void Dragon. Now, in front of Long Outyen was the remains of an ancient Void Dragon. What did this mean? This meant that Long Outyen might have obtained the legendary inheritance of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Even if it was an incomplete inheritance, its value was immeasurable. It could be said that this ancient Void Dragon's remains were not any weaker than the one at the immortal ancient Dao Lake that had the bloodline of the winged dragon. It might even be more precious. Ha! The heavens have not forsaken me. Long Outyen looked up and laughed. What was a destined protagonist? This was a destined protagonist. Even if he, Long Outyen, encountered some setbacks, he would eventually rise again. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was just a stepping stone on his path to greatness. Long Outyen suppressed his excitement and approached the ancient Void Dragon's remains. At that moment, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something in the mouth of the ancient Void Dragon's remains. Long Outyen was curious and went forward to search. He suddenly realized that there was a scroll with an ancient aura in the ancient Void Dragon's mouth. These scrolls were dark gold in color, as if they were made from gold leaf. They were filled with a special aura that faintly caused the surrounding space to vibrate. Long Outyen was surprised and opened the scroll. Instantly, countless ancient words came into view. Every ancient character seemed to be floating in the void, releasing endless brilliance. Long Outyen's entire body froze as he scanned the scroll. Even his breathing seemed to have stopped. No way I found such a treasure. Long Outyen's breathing quickened as his eyes widened. He was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. As the first generation of the forbidden tribe in Zulong, he had seen all kinds of treasures. For a treasure to be able to make him lose his composure, it was obvious how precious it was, because this dark golden scroll was none other than the legendary 9 Great Heavenly Tomes. It's actually one of the 9 Great Heavenly Books, the Space Book. It contains the ultimate space Tao. Long Outyen was so excited that his whole body trembled. His eyes were fixed on the Space Book. The 9 Great Heavenly Tomes could be said to be a legend. Since ancient times, countless people had wanted to obtain the 9 Great Heavenly Tomes. However, collecting all 9 heavenly books was extremely difficult. Even obtaining one of the heavenly books was extremely difficult. It was impossible to obtain the 9 great heavenly tomes unless one was extremely lucky. Long Outyen also thought about it. The ancient Void Dragon tribe was also proficient in the Tao of space. They could control the power of space and travel through the void at will to expand their small worlds. Therefore, it was not impossible for the ancient Void Dragon clan to obtain the space scroll. Haha, what does this mean? It means that I, Long Outyen, am the chosen one. Long Outyen couldn't help but laugh wildly. Long Outyen had been suppressed for too long. Princess Longji had been robbed. He had been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, and 7 dragon essences had been snatched away. To someone as arrogant as Long Outyen, it was simply unbearable. But now, Long Outyen could finally hold his head high again. He was still the main character that was fated to be. After Long Outyen carefully scanned the space scroll, his brows furrowed slightly. Why is there only half a space scroll? Long Outyen muttered to himself. He could see that this space scroll was obviously incomplete. It was only half. Forget it. With my luck and opportunity, do I have to be afraid that I won't be able to obtain the other half of the space scroll in the future? Long Outyen didn't care. Even if there was only half of the space scroll, he was confident that he could collect it all in the future. Now, this half of the space scroll and the ancient Void Dragon's remains were already a great opportunity. By the time I finish refining the remains of the ancient Void Dragon, I'll definitely be able to make a breakthrough to the celestial God realm. By then, I'll have the heritage of the ancient Void Dragon and half of the space scroll. Jun Xiaoyao will be nothing to me then. Long Outyen smirked with contempt. In front of him, who was bursting with luck, Jun Xiaoyao was just a piece of trash. Next, Long Outyen went into seclusion in the depths of the ancient dragon cave to refine the opportunity. Around the same time, at the immortal ancient Tao Lake. At the center of the immortal ancient Tao Lake, Jun Xiaoyao was cultivating in seclusion. Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was surrounded by a golden cocoon of light. Outside the golden cocoon of light, there was a hazy immortal light and an overflowing immortal aura. Clearly, Jun Xiaoyao's origin immortal bone had reached the final stage of its transformation. During this period of time, he had refined over 1,000 Tao origins he had obtained from the immortal ancient Tao lakes and over 100 Tao origins from the ancient Tao tree. Each Tao origin was comparable to a peerless immortal origin. It contained a tremendous amount of energy. Over 1,000 Tao origins had been used to refine the origin immortal bones. Even if the origin immortal bones consumed a lot of resources, it was still enough. Finally, at a certain moment, the golden cocoon of light emitted cracking sounds as cracks began to appear all over it. Strands of golden radiance leaked out. Immortal radiance overflowed. Following a series of cracks, the golden cocoon of light suddenly broke into pieces. It was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. A slender and perfect figure was revealed from the cocoon. Jun Xiaoyao's figure was submerged in the immortal light. He was unleashing a formidable aura. In his body, 206 origin immortal bones had been completely refined. They were connected to each other, forming a complete cycle. A single origin immortal bone was enough to strengthen Jun Xiaoyao greatly. Now that the 206 origin immortal bones were completely connected to form a true immortal body of the origin immortal realm, the ripple was indescribable. Jun Xiaoyao's figure was almost flawless. Every inch of his skin was flowing with immortal light. His figure moved slightly. The space around him rippled as if it could not withstand the strength of Jun Xiaoyao's flesh. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and clenched it. The space seemed to explode with a sonic boom. Immortal light and golden light surged. I am immortal when the heavens and earth decay. I am immortal when all things are destroyed. Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. His body was flowing with immortal light, like the legendary sacred spirit of the immortal metal Tao, with an indestructible will. Now, even an ancient sacred weapon would find it difficult to leave a mark on Jun Xiaoyao's body. His physical strength had been multiplied by the immortal body of the origin immortal realm, breaking the limits of the physical body. The current Jun Xiaoyao did not need to use any techniques. He only needed to throw a punch. Within the true immortal realm, there were very few prodigies who could take a punch from him without dying. Jun Xiaoyao's body trembled. The 206 origin immortal bones in his body lit up at the same time, communicating with each other. In an instant, a wisp of golden immortal qi mixed with blood qi appeared and wrapped around his body. This is... Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Chapter 439. That strand of divine qi, which was a mixture of gold and blood, coiled around Jun Xiaoyao like a dragon, causing his aura to be imbued with supreme divine will. This was a strand of immortal qi. It was not an adjective, but a true strand of immortal qi. Each of the 9 great heavenly books represents an extreme path. The Daluo immortal body has reached a certain extreme physical body, so it evolved a strand of immortal qi, Jun Xiaoyao said thoughtfully. After the true immortal realm, from the heavenly god realm to the Tao god realm, to the boundary sage realm, to the sage realm, they all needed to comprehend Tao laws. However, this strand of immortal qi was more powerful than any Tao laws. Throughout the countless eras since the beginning of time, no one had been able to cultivate a strand of immortal qi at the true God realm like Jun Xiaoyao. This was an impossible miracle. This strand of immortal qi is too much for me. It's indescribable. Jun Xiaoyao also exclaimed. Just the complete Daluo immortal body alone was powerful enough that ancient sacred weapons could hardly hurt him. With this strand of immortal qi, Jun Xiaoyao even felt that it would not be easy for a sage to destroy his physical body. What was more terrifying was that the Daluo immortal body and immortal qi could be improved as Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation level increased. As expected of one of the 9 great heavenly tomes, the physique tomes, the first volume alone allowed me to cultivate a whiff of divine qi. If I were to get my hands on the other tomes, wouldn't I be able to cultivate 9 whiffs of divine qi? Throughout the countless eras, there were almost no sky prides who could cultivate 9 strands of immortal qi at a young age. Not to mention 9 strands, in the past, young sky prides who could cultivate 1 or 2 strands of immortal qi were enough to suppress everyone. Jun Xiaoyao had not even started on his emperor road, but he had already cultivated a strand of immortal qi. In this aspect, Jun Xiaoyao had completely surpassed his peers. Even if I don't augment my physical body with immortal qi, a celestial god wouldn't be a threat to me just by relying on my immortal body. If I add a strand of immortal qi to my body, I might be able to kill even a heavenly god. Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly. True god realm and celestial deity realm, across a major realm, there was originally a difference between clouds and mud. However, for Jun Xiaoyao, this gap could be made up for, and he could even counterattack. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao's transformation was not complete yet. Next, it's this drop of blood. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. Within the ball of dermic power, the drop of blood of the immortal remnant emitted an unparalleled fluctuation. The drop of blood seemed to reflect a whole world. Not only was the drop of blood able to strengthen Jun Xiaoyao's flesh, it was extremely valuable to him too. The great Tao that belongs to me, divine origin. I haven't had many breakthroughs. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. It was fine if he didn't break through, but once he did, he would reach the extreme. If I hadn't cultivated the immortal Daluo immortal body, I wouldn't dare to refine this drop of blood. But now, I don't have to worry about anything. Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. The energy of the immortal remnant's blood was too strong. Even Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients might not be able to withstand it. However, after cultivating the immortal Daluo immortal body, Jun Xiaoyao's flesh had reached the extreme. Coupled with the immortal qi of his flesh, he didn't have to worry about the immortal remnants, blood bursting his flesh. Jun Xiaoyao went into seclusion again, concentrating on refining this drop of immortal remnants' blood. The seclusion this time would obviously take longer than refining the 7 dragon essences and cultivating the immortal Daluo immortal body. The immortal remnants' blood was not that easy to refine. Even Jun Xiaoyao would have to spend a certain amount of time. As time passed, the geniuses who entered the immortal ancient world were also gradually transforming and growing. Among them, most of the geniuses might die. But those who survived, without exception, had all made great progress. These geniuses had the potential to shine on their emperor's path in the future. As the opportunities in the immortal ancient world were discovered one by one, the remaining opportunities became fewer and fewer. However, there was one place that all the geniuses paid attention to. That was the ancient spiritual land. If the spiritual qi in the immortal ancient world was 100 times richer than that of the immortal region outside, then the spiritual qi in the ancient spiritual land was 100 times richer than that in the immortal ancient world. The ancient spiritual land was located in the depths of the immortal ancient world. It was an absolutely fertile land and blessed land. The spiritual qi there was unbelievably rich. All kinds of opportunities were also extremely rich. It was worthy of being called the spiritual land. And because of the rich environment, many ancient freaks chose to hibernate in the ancient spiritual land. The entire ancient spiritual land was extremely vast, almost comparable to a small immortal ancient world. Therefore, those ancient freaks who were hibernating were not worried about being disturbed. In a certain area of the ancient spiritual land, a woman with a perfect face and a graceful body landed here. It was Yen Rameng. It should be in this area, Yen Rameng murmured. As a demon emperor body, she was extremely sensitive to all kinds of demonic qi. This time, she came to the ancient spiritual land to awaken the descendant of the supreme being of the demonic Tao. The supreme being of the demonic Tao was once a top expert of the demon god palace in ancient times. The strength of his descendant was obviously extraordinary. After finding an area, Yen Rameng took out a demon talisman. Demonic Tao runes surged out of the demon talisman. In an instant, the ground cracked, and waves of terrifying demonic qi surged out. The aura that was faintly emitted caused Yen Rumeng's face to reveal surprise. The demonic qi of the heavenly god realm. Although Yen Rameng was surprised, she was not surprised. The ancient spiritual land's environment was rich. The ancient freaks who were hibernating here were obviously not as strong as the current generation of geniuses. The pitch-black auras rose into the sky and took the shape of pitch-black crows. Then, the crows gathered in midair and turned into a devilish man in a black feather robe. As he appeared, the surrounding area was shrouded in a layer of ominous dark clouds. Many illusions of crows appeared in the sky, constantly making noisy sounds that shook one's soul. He's awakened. The crow of calamity, Wu Shua, Yen Rameng said in a daze. The true form of the supreme being of the demonic Tao was a crow of calamity that brought endless disasters. His descendant, Wu Shua, was also an ancient freak who controlled ominous and curses. He's finally awakened. In this era, there is an aura of enlightenment, Wu Shua muttered to himself. The ancient freaks sealed themselves because, in their era, there was no hope, and it was difficult to attain enlightenment. In this era, there was great competition, and geniuses were rising. Even the ancient freaks felt that there was hope of attaining enlightenment. You are... Wu Shua turned to look at Yen Rumeng, a look of amazement flashing through his dark red eyes. Yen Rumeng was indeed a 1 in a million beauty, causing people to raise their eyebrows. I am the goddess of the demon god palace. Feeling Wu Shua's gaze, Yen Rumeng frowned slightly. She did not like others looking at her with such a gaze. It seemed that the only person who did not need to look at her with such a gaze was Jun Xiaoyao. However, Although she was unhappy, the Crow of Calamity was still an ancient freak of the demon god palace. Therefore, Yen Rumung told Wu Shuo some of the things that happened in the immortal ancient world. What? You were humiliated by the Jun family's genius? Wu Shuo's face turned cold. Chapter 440. Yen Ruming covered up the fact that she had kissed Jun Xiaoyao, but this still made Wu Shuo angry. That genius of the Jun family is really courting death. How dare he humiliate you? Wu Shuo said coldly. Wu Shuo, I've already let it go. I also advise you not to get involved in this matter. You can't predict what the son of God of the Jun family is capable of, Yen Ruming said. Wu Shuo was in the heavenly god realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao gave Yen Ruming an even more unfathomable feeling. In addition, he had obtained the blood of a remnant immortal. Who knew how strong Jun Xiaoyao would become in the future? So the best choice for the demon god palace was to stay out of it. Impossible. How can I, Wu Shuo, let the demon god palace lose its reputation? Don't worry. After I adjust my breathing and adapt to the current aura of heaven and earth, I'll go and settle the score with the son of God of the Jun family, Wu Shuo said coldly. After the ancient freaks were born, they needed a period of time to adjust their breathing and return to their peak state. Sigh. You. Yen Rumung was speechless, but the ancient freak did have the ability. Just the cultivation realm alone was enough to crush the current generation of geniuses. In Yen Ruming's estimation, no matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, even if he had broken through to the heavenly god realm, he should be on par with Wu Shuo. At the very least, Wu Shuo would be able to advance and retreat freely without any danger. Although that was the theory, for some reason, Yen Rumung felt that Wu Shuo was like a second heavenly demon crown prince. As for the heavenly demon crown prince who had died in the lower world, no one knew where his ashes had drifted to in another area of the ancient spiritual land. Several black-robed men appeared. They were the geniuses of the fallen god palace. The fallen god palace was really miserable now. The two top geniuses of the current generation had fallen at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Their only chance to turn the tables now was the ancient freak of the fallen god palace who was sleeping in the ancient spiritual land. The underworld prince's resting place should be here, a black-robed man said, holding a black token. The ancient freak slumbering in their fallen god palace was called the Underworld Prince. It was rumored that the bloodline of the ancient netherworld king flowed in his body, and he could summon the demons of the netherworld to fight for him. He also had all kinds of extremely terrifying netherworld king abilities. In the Underworld Prince's epic, he suppressed all the geniuses of his generation, looming over their heads like a nightmare. It could be said that Prince Mingxin was the strongest trump card of the fallen god palace. Awaken the Underworld Prince. We must make Jun Xiaoyao pay the price in blood. The fallen god palace's prodigies all roared. Each of them took out a pitch-black token and took up a different position. Then they began to kneel on the ground and chant an unknown incantation. On the ground, circle after circle of underworld runes appeared. Then the earth trembled and the heaven and earth rumbled. The sky was illuminated in a dark blood-red color, as if a great calamity was about to be born. Rumble. The ground shook violently like the surface of a drum, and cracks appeared. In the center of the underworld runes array, a pitch-black coffin suddenly rose from the ground. Then, with a loud boom, the entire coffin was directly shattered. A figure with a terrifying aura had awakened from his slumber and appeared in the world once again. That figure was shrouded in pitch-black fog. Every time he took a step, he would leave a footprint on the ground that was burning with dark green netherworld fire. It was a young man, and his skin was so pale that it looked a little sickly. He looked like a sleeping vampire. His entire body was shrouded in black fog, and his eyes were burning with the dark flames of hell. He wore a pitch-black robe embroidered with the terrifying scenes of the 18 layers of hell. He looked like a supreme ruler of the netherworld, and he controlled the will of life and death. Welcome back to the world, Underworld Prince. All around, the fallen god palace's prodigies all knelt on the ground and bowed. The Underworld Prince vaguely emitted a wisp of aura that made them tremble, and they felt like they were about to suffocate. They had seen the fallen Son of God and the dark Son of God before, and they had felt their aura before. However, compared to the Underworld Prince in front of them, they paled in comparison. There was no comparison at all. I have finally awakened. I can feel that this era has the hope of proving my Tao, the Underworld Prince said, his voice extremely low and hoarse. If he had not sensed the changes in this era, even if he had been summoned, he would not have awakened. This era was his era of proving his Tao. Your Highness, we have something to report to you, one of the fallen god palace's prodigies said in a trembling voice. Since the Underworld Prince had reappeared, it should be a nightmare for Jun Xiaoyao and the rest of the Jun family. The fallen god palace's prodigies had been waiting for a long time. They had also told the Underworld Prince some of the things that had happened. The Jun family again. The Underworld Prince's eyes were burning with the dark flames of hell. Why did he say again? That was because in the era when the Underworld Prince was born, the Jun family also had a heaven-defying cultivator who could be said to be his nemesis. Originally, that era was the era when the Underworld Prince could control the world with one hand. However, because the Jun family's prodigy was too outstanding, he could not become the emperor alone, which became a regret. I don't care about the Jun family's son of God. What I care about is the ancient freak sleeping in the Jun family, the Underworld Prince said in a hoarse voice. In the eyes of an ancient freak like him, the current generation's prodigies were like ants to him. Only the Jun family's prodigies, who were also ancient freaks, were his main targets to eliminate. Your Highness, the fallen god palace, happened to be involved in a Kingslayer plan. Someone can calculate the resting place of the 3 ancient freaks of the Jun family. We can set up an advance to trap and kill them, the fallen god palace's prodigy said. The Underworld Prince's eyes lit up when he heard that. Very well, but now I need to harmonize with the aura of heaven and earth. When I am in peak condition, I will strike, the Underworld Prince said. Yes, Your Highness. The fallen god palace's prodigies all cupped their hands together. The Underworld Prince looked into the distance. His eyes were like the end of the abyss of hell. You haven't woken up yet? In that case, I will strike first. Lord Grim. As Wu Shua, the Underworld Prince, and the other ancient freaks awakened, ancient freaks began to awaken in the entire ancient spiritual land. Although there weren't many of them, each of them was extremely powerful. They were the overlords of their respective eras. Because they weren't creatures of the immortal ancient, they could all enter the mystic region after the immortal ancient world ended. One could imagine that a true golden age of prodigies was about to arrive. As time passed, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Before they knew it, more than a year had passed since the immortal ancient world opened. In this half a year, the ancient freaks that had awakened in the ancient spiritual land didn't do anything, because they were all adjusting their breathing, adapting to the aura of heaven and earth, and adjusting themselves to peak condition. Instead, some of the immortal ancient races became restless and began to head to the ancient spiritual land. In addition, there was something else that caught everyone's attention. The 3-eyed sacred clan, the ancient sorcerer clan, the dragon human clan, and other immortal ancient races began to deliberately stir up trouble. And the target was the Jun family of the ancients. Some people said that it was because Jun Xiaoyao had offended the 3 major races. There was also news that the Heavenly Eye Saint, Little Sorcerer God, and Ao Guang, the 3 young kings of the immortal ancient races, were hostile to Jun Xiaoyao and the Jun family. They might really strike soon. Chapter 441. In the ancestral land of the Dragon Men, Ao Guang, Ao Luan, Long Bichi by Mei and the others had been guarding the ancient dragon cave for the past 6 months. Ao Guang had been guarding the cave because he wanted to perfect his natal divine weapon. On the other hand, he wanted to know if Long Out Yin could come out alive. If not, he would have to find someone else to enter the forbidden heavenly heritage site. Aol Wan and Long Bichi were worried about Long Out Yin's safety. Bai Mei also looked worried, but she hoped that Long Out Yin would never come out. It's been 6 months. Cousin, did something really happen to young Master Long? Aol Wan asked anxiously. After all, there had been no news from Long Out Yin for a long time. No one knew if he was dead or alive. He didn't listen to my warning and went into the deepest part of the ancient dragon cave. With his strength, he should be dead. Ao Guang shook his head. He had thought highly of Long Out Yin and wanted him to help him get the immortal ancient token. Now it seemed that he had no chance. How could it be? Long Bichi was also in disbelief. Long Out Yin was the forbidden first talent of Zulong, the chosen one. How could he die so easily? Suddenly, the ancient dragon cave, which had been quiet for a long time, began to rumble and shake. Ao Guang looked over with a deep look in his eyes. Ao Wan and the others also quickly looked over. Rumble. The floating island where the ancient dragon cave was located began to shake violently. Mountain rocks began to roll down continuously. Amidst the tremors, the entire ancient dragon cave exploded with a boom. A figure rose into the sky like a deity descending from the heavens. Boundless dragon chi exploded, causing the surrounding void to vibrate violently. It was as if waves were rumbling. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of an extremely ancient dragon with a desolate aura filling the entire sky. Could it be? Ao Guang's eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't believe this fact. Long Out Yin's heroic figure was revealed amidst the boundless dragon energy. Dragon horns grew on his forehead. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was crystal clear and surrounded by dragon chi. The surrounding space kept shaking. At this moment, Long Out Yin was full of vigor. He did not look like he was defeated by Jun Xiaoyao. His entire being seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, radiating with new life. Most importantly, the aura Long Out Yin was emitting had reached the heaven god realm. Moreover, he wasn't even an early-stage heavenly god, but a mid-stage heavenly god. Aol Wan, Long Bichi, and the others were overjoyed. Their faces flushed with excitement. Bai Mei forced a smile on her face, but her heart was filled with shock. She did not expect that Long Out Yin actually broke through to the middle stage celestial deity realm in this half a year of close seclusion. Ao Guang's eyes were also incomparably deep with a hint of surprise. Young Master Long. Big brother Ao Tian, Ao Wan, and Long Bichi were overjoyed. They were naturally happy that Long Out Yin could rise again. Long Out Yin chuckled. His eyes were brimming with confidence. Jun Xiaoyao, just you wait. Long Out Yin said in his heart. He descended from the sky and landed in front of Aol Wan and the others. You've entered the deepest part of the ancient dragon cave. Ao Guang stared at Long Out Yin. Long Out Yin sneered in his heart, but on the surface he said calmly, "That's right. I have to thank the dragon human tribe for giving me this opportunity." Long Out Yin's strength had increased tremendously, and he had also reached the heavenly god realm. Therefore, he was not as wary of Ao Guang as before. He could see that Ao Guang's strength was indeed not weak. He was in the late stage heavenly god realm. However, for Long Out Yin, it was only a small difference in cultivation level. It should not be difficult for him to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. In addition to the legacy of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, he had also obtained half a scroll of the Space Book. What opportunities are there in the deepest part of the ancient Dragon Cave? Ao Guang continued to ask. Long Out Yin said calmly, "To be honest, I've refined one of the ancient Void Dragon's remains." Long Out Yin could not hide the fact that he had refined the ancient Void Dragon. However, he would not be foolish enough to reveal the Space Book. It's the remains of an ancient Void Dragon. Ao Guang's eyes were filled with envy. He did not suspect that Long Outyen was lying. When he had broken through earlier, he had vaguely seen the ancient void dragon in the sky. Is there nothing else? Ao Guang continued to ask. No, Long Outyen said. His heart was cold. However, he still needed the help of the dragon-human tribe now. He could not fall out with them. Otherwise, given Long Outyen's temper, he would have attacked Ao Guang long ago. After Long Outyen had come out of his seclusion, he had wanted to find trouble with Jun Xiaoyao directly. However, there were two things that he needed to do. The first thing was that Ao Guang wanted him to go to the heavenly taboo ruins in the ancient spiritual land to look for the immortal ancient order. The second thing was that there was a message from the Zulong that the Lord Slayer plan had begun. They wanted Long Outyen to go to the ancient spiritual land. In that case, I'll let Jun Xiaoyao live for 2 more days. Long Outyen also planned to go to the ancient spiritual land first. After all, the Lord Slayer plan was important. Young Master Long, the dragon-human tribe will also participate in your Lord Slayer plan, Ao Wan said. It turned out that during this period of time, the cloaked man by Wang Ting's side had also come to persuade the 3 major tribes. The 3-eyed divine tribe, the ancient witch tribe, and the dragon-human tribe all had a grudge against Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, they also joined the Lord Slayer plan and prepared to go to the ancient spiritual land to kill all the geniuses of the Jun family. All right, let's go together, Long Outyen said. After a few days of preparation, Ao Guang, Ao Wan, Ao Zhan, Long Outyen, Long Bichi, Baimeer, and the others set off. Jun Xiaoyao, instead of letting you die first, why don't I let you be the last genius of the Jun family to fall, and then let you die in endless pain? Long Outyen said resentfully. He was now 100% sure that he could kill Jun Xiaoyao. Even if Jun Xiaoyao had broken through to the celestial god stage, Long Outyen could still kill Jun Xiaoyao with his mid-stage celestial god stage cultivation, the inheritance of the ancient void dragon, the blood of the emperor dragon, and the space scroll. Therefore, in his eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was like a white mouse in a cage, waiting for endless pain and death. Behind Long Outyen and the others, Baimeer's eyes were full of worry. The Jun family is in a bad situation. Has young Master Jun done anything? Baimeer was worried. Her beautiful eyes also flashed with a hint of determination. Even if it was just for Jun Xiaoyao, she would find a way to secretly reveal the Lord Slayer plan to the sequence of the Jun family. Of course, she was taking a huge risk by doing so. If Long Outyen were to find out about this, she would be doomed. But Baimeer had no regrets. For Jun Xiaoyao, she would even give up her life. The Lord Slayer plan, which was secretly planned by Zulong, the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, the ancient Qilin Cave, the Fallen God Palace, the Wang family of the North, the 3 immortal ancient clans, the Holy Sect, the Celestial Cicada clan, and other forces had finally been officially launched. Chapter 442. The Primordial Spirit Land was a vast piece of land. The entire Primordial Spirit Land was filled with dense spiritual qi, containing many treasures and opportunities. At this moment, several figures flashed across the sky, breaking the peace of the Primordial Spirit Land. Some of the geniuses from the outside world who had entered the Primordial Spirit Land to search for resources widened their eyes when they saw this group of people. Am I seeing things? Is that the forbidden first generation from Zulong? And the Phoenix Child and the Phoenix Maiden from the 1,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Oh my God, the Qilin Sun from the ancient Qilin Cave is also here. Oh my God, why are all of the top geniuses from the Archean royalty gathered together? The geniuses from the outside world all sucked in a deep breath. Their hearts were filled with incomparable shock. In the mortal ancient world, the powerful geniuses were all looking for opportunities on their own. They had never seen so many geniuses gathered together. Long Outyen's golden eyes turned to the geniuses from the outside world. These geniuses from the outside world did not even have time to beg for mercy before their primordial spirits were shattered by the terrifying soul power, and they died on the spot. Long Out-Yen's strength had broken through to the mid-stage of the heavenly god realm, and his primordial spirit's soul power had also increased tremendously. Before the three ancient freaks of the June family are completely eliminated, it's better for the Kingslayer project not to be discovered by outsiders, Long Out-Yen said calmly. There was a group of geniuses around him. Feng Tiange, Feng Luofei, and the Qilin Sun. Long Bichi, Ao Luan, Bai Meier, and Ao Guang were also present. In addition, there were some geniuses from the Archean royalty following behind them. You are getting stronger and stronger, the Qilin Sun said calmly. His long purple hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a purple Qilin horn on his forehead. He was wearing a purple Qilin armor, and his aura had also reached the heavenly god realm. In the past 6 months, the top geniuses had also broken through to the heavenly god realm. However, their breakthroughs were not as fast as Long Out-Yen's. Most of them had only reached the early stage of the heavenly god realm. Long Out-Yen smiled but did not say anything. Although the Archean royalty was the same to the outside world, they were still competing with each other internally. As the top geniuses from the Archean royalty, they all had a trump card or two. Long Out-Yen was confident that he could defeat everyone. Let's finish the plan as soon as possible. I have an ominous feeling in my heart, a young man with compound eyes said worriedly in front of them. Of the immortal of the cicada, Gu of the cicada clan. He was of the cicada of the heavenly god realm. Of the Hevoth, the heavenly god realm of the heavens, with of the immortals? Of the ofs of the heavenly god. What can possibly happen? Unless the June family from the outside world can force their way into the immortal ancient world, who else can stop us? Long Out-Yen and the other prodigies of the far ancient royal family sneered with disdain. Of the right forces of them all of it. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao, the backbone of the Jun family, had been quiet for a long time. Jun Lingsang and the others were powerless to reverse the situation. Even if that's the case, we still have to hurry. If the three ancient freaks of the Jun family awaken and join forces with the Jun family, we will be in trouble. Feng Luofei of the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain frowned. The geniuses of the Jun family were strong enough to be at the top of the heavenly god realm. Not only did they have the 10 sequences, but also many ancient freaks. In the ancient spirit land, the Jun family had 3 ancient freaks. It was unimaginable for the other of the heavenly god realm. If the 3 ancient freaks of the Jun family awakened together and joined forces with Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Lingsang, and the other sequences, how could the others survive? Therefore, the purpose of the Kingslayer plan was to eliminate the 3 ancient freaks of the Jun family before they could get rid of the rest of the sequences. If there was a gap in the younger generation of the Jun family, it would be a huge blow to the Jun family's future. It might even be the beginning of the Jun family's decline. Therefore, for the Archean royalty, the Kingslayer plan could only succeed. It could not fail. Let's go. I think the other team should be reaching their destination soon. Long Out-Yen waved his hand. Their team was just one of the teams. The other team was going to the place where the ancient freaks of the Jun family were hibernating. Previously, Gu Chanzi had already calculated the approximate location of the area and informed the other team. Soon, under Gu Chanzi's lead, Long Out-Yen and the others arrived at a valley with scorching heat waves. Is this the place? Long Out-Yen and the other geniuses of the Archean royalty all looked over. There's no time to lose. Let's start setting up the formation, Qilin said. The ancient freaks of the Jun family were not to be underestimated. Even if they were to counterattack before they died, they could drag 1 or 2 of them down with them. Therefore, they had already made careful preparations before the plan began. Soon, Long Out-Yen and the others began to set up the formation. As time passed, a terrifying killing formation was formed. This formation was called the Four Spirits Heaven Punishment Formation. It was controlled by 4 people, and its power was strong enough to severely injure or even kill geniuses of the same level. After the Four Spirits Heaven Punishment Formation was set up, Long Out Yen, Feng Luofei, Huang Tinga, and Qilin presided over the formation. Along with the rumbling sound, the spirits of the 4 divine beasts appeared, exuding a terrifying wave of magic power that was about to destroy the entire valley. The ground caved in. Amid the terrifying wave of magic power, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the earth. "How dare you plot against me, Jun Haoyang?" Along with the roar, a terrifying aura of a late-stage heavenly god burst out like a geyser. At the same time, it was as if 9 great suns rose from the depths of the earth, exuding scorching heat waves. It is indeed him, the sequence number 1 of the Jun family in a certain era. He has the 9 suns' imperial body and once suppressed the geniuses of the generation. Feeling the wave of magic power and the 9 terrifying suns, many of the geniuses of the Archean royalty were a little shocked. Even someone as prideful as Long Outyin had a solemn look in his eyes at this moment. Each of the 9 suns could easily reduce an early-stage heavenly god prodigy to dust. "Everyone, let's work together and kill him with the 4 spirits heaven punishment formation." Long Outyin, Feng Luofei, Huang Tinga, and Qilin channeled their magic power. The 4 of them were all in the heavenly god realm. At this moment, the power of the 4 spirits heaven punishment formation was indescribable. "Archean royalty, you are courting death!" A cold shout came from the depths of the earth. The ancient freak of the Jun family, Jun Haoyang, who had the 9 suns' imperial body, sensed the aura of the Archean royalty and was furious. However, he had just been awakened, and his aura had not merged with the current world at all. He had not adjusted his condition at all, and his strength was at its lowest. Coupled with the sudden attack of the Archean royalty, there were many layers of calculations, and even a joint attack formation was set up early. Jun Haoyang could not break through and could only fight to the death. In the end, Jun Haoyang self-detonated the 9 great suns, razing the area to the ground. The earth caved in and was full of cracks. Long Outyin and the other 3 were so shocked that the blood in their chests was boiling. In the end, Jun Haoyang self-detonated and ended his life. At the same time, in another area, the team led by the Underworld Prince, Little Sorcerer God, Heavenly Eye Saint, and other young kings of the immortal ancient world were also attacking another ancient freak of the Jun family. The female ancient freak of the Jun family was also surrounded and killed as soon as she was awakened. In the end, she died with hatred. In the end, only one ancient freak of the Jun family was left, and he was not killed yet. Chapter 443. After killing Jun Haoyang, everyone on Long Outyen's side still had some lingering fear in their eyes. Fortunately, they had prepared the 4 spirits heaven punishment formation beforehand. Otherwise, the self-destruction alone would have taken 1 or 2 people down with them. As for the ordinary geniuses of the Archean royalty who came with them, they were all scared out of their wits, and their legs were trembling. The geniuses of the Jun family were already powerful enough. These ancient freaks were even more abnormally strong. Now, they were somewhat glad that they had prepared the Kingslayer plan in advance. Otherwise, if the 3 ancient freaks of the Jun family were to wake up at the same time and join forces, wouldn't they be able to conquer half of the immortal ancient? They couldn't even deal with Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Lingsong, and the others, let alone these ancient freaks of the Jun family. Among everyone present, only Bai Meier was upset. Her heart was completely on Jun Xiaoyao's side. Anything that would harm Jun Xiaoyao's interests was unacceptable to her. The fall of the ancient freaks of the Jun family was not a good thing for Jun Xiaoyao. Bai Meier was already thinking about how to tell the sequence of the Jun family. At this time, Long Outyen looked at Gu Chanzi and asked, Gu Chanzi, haven't you figured out the sleeping place of the last ancient freak of the Jun family? Previously, Gu Chanzi had already figured out the sleeping places of Jun Haoyang and another female ancient freak of the Jun family. However, the last one was not directly figured out. Gu Chanzi shook his head and said, "That ancient freak of the Jun family is more complicated. It feels like he is covered by some kind of aura. It will take some time." Among the 3 ancient freaks of the Jun family, that one was the most mysterious and powerful. Even his sleeping place was difficult to figure out. We have to figure it out. That ancient freak of the Jun family seems to be the most powerful of the 3, Long Outyin said in a deep voice. Before entering the immortal ancient world, Zulong had secretly investigated. He knew most of the details of the 3 ancient freaks of the Jun family sleeping in the immortal ancient world. The last ancient freak was the most terrifying one. It was rumored that he was the sequence 0 of a certain era of the Jun family. He had some kind of powerful constitution. In his era, he had stunned all living beings. If it weren't for the fact that his era wasn't suitable for him to attain the Tao, his bottom line would have been the Chaos Tao Sovereign at the very least. "Don't worry, I will calculate it." Then he took out a turtle shell that was used for divination. This tortoise shell was extremely simple. It was an ancient item passed down from the ancestors of the celestial cicada royal clan. It was rumored to be a tortoise shell left behind by a pure-blooded Xuanwu. Gu Chanzi slapped his chest with one hand and coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto the tortoise shell. A certain price had to be paid in order to figure out where the last ancient freak of the Jun family was hibernating. Gu Chanzi's aura immediately weakened. He looked as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant. "Don't worry, if this plan succeeds, the Archean royalty won't mistreat your celestial cicada royal family," Long Outyin and the others promised. Gu Chanzi nodded slightly and began to immerse himself in divination. On the other side, after killing the female ancient freak from the Jun family, everyone was waiting for news from Gu Chanzi. However, while they were waiting, everyone was sizing up the underworld prince with surprise in their eyes. The underworld prince's strength is just too strong. An immortal ancient creature with a skull staff and a white bone mask said in a low voice. He was one of the 4 great clans of the immortal ancient, the young king of the ancient sorcerer clan, Little Sorcerer God. Before the sleeping ancient freak woke up, the 4 young kings of the immortal ancient world were the strongest in the immortal ancient world. But now, even Little Sorcerer God was shocked after sensing the strength of the underworld prince. The female ancient freak from the Jun family was killed by the underworld prince alone. The others didn't interfere at all. They didn't even set up the 4 spirits heaven punishment array. Part of the reason for the death of the female ancient freak from the Jun family was that she had just woken up and hadn't recovered to her peak state. But it was also evident that the underworld prince was extremely powerful. That's right. His strength has probably reached some kind of extreme in the heavenly god realm, another slender and muscular man said. Between his eyebrows, there was a 3rd vertical pupil. That pupil seemed to contain a small universe. He was the heavenly eye saint of the 3-eyed saint clan, one of the 4 young kings of the immortal ancient world. But now, the underworld prince had stolen a lot of the limelight from the 2 young kings. The saint was also in the team. His cultivation had also reached the early stage of the heavenly god realm. However, after witnessing the strength of the underworld prince, even the saint's son felt powerless in his heart. But when he thought about how the underworld prince would deal with the Jun family, the saint became interested. He was very curious. Jun Xiaoyao had beaten him until he couldn't fight back. How many moves could he take from the underworld prince? The underworld prince felt some of the shocked and respectful gazes around him, but he didn't care at all. In his eyes, there was only his destined opponent. Lord Grim, when the place of your hibernation is divined, it will be the end of your legend, the underworld prince murmured to himself. In his era, the only one who could compete with him was the Jun family's sequence 0 of that generation. Lord Grim, who lay drunk on the battlefield. Because the whole Kingslayer plan was carried out in secret, Jun Ling-tsang, Jun Wuxuang, and the other sequences didn't realize it. In the outside world, beside the immortal ancient mirror, everyone saw the scene. But the immortal ancient mirror was isolated from the outside world. No news could be transmitted, so the Jun family couldn't do anything. However, what was surprising was that the elders of the Jun family did not lose their composure and flew into a rage. Instead, their faces remained cold. They believed that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't let them down. The blood shed by the Jun family would make the Archean royalty, the fallen god palace, and the other forces get revenge 1,000 times over. They were waiting. Compared to the silence of the Jun family, Zulong and the other forces, who were incomparably angry before, were now sneering. After the last ancient freak of the Jun family fell, it would be the Jun family's sequence Zero's turn. Finally, they would trap and kill Jun Xiaoyao. No matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, could he defeat all the geniuses and ancient freaks? Obviously not. The whole situation in the immortal ancient mirror was strange. At this moment, in a place of opportunity in the ancient spiritual land, a handsome young man with a tall figure was refining a fortuitous encounter. His eyes were covered with a layer of black cloth. His aura was strong, and he had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly god realm. It was the sequence 0, Jun Ling-tsang, the man with polychoria. At a certain moment, Jun Ling-tsang, whose eyes were covered with cloth, turned his face in a certain direction. His tone was indifferent. "Who is it? Come out." A beauty in a pink dress with a delicate and seductive face and 6 foxtails appeared. It was by Mei Er. Chapter 444. You are the goddess of the Heavenly Fox clan, a far ancient royal family. Although Jun Ling-tsang's eyes were covered with a black cloth, it did not prevent him from recognizing her. Although the goddess of the Heavenly Fox clan was not weak, she posed no threat to Jun Ling-tsang. Therefore, Jun Ling-tsang did not mind. He only said in an indifferent tone, "If you want to plot against me, I can only say that you are too naive. Let those geniuses of the Archean royalty do it." "I have no hostility toward you," Bai Mei said. After Long Out Yin and the others killed the ancient freak, Jun Haoyang, Bai Mei found an excuse to leave and come to the Jun family to inform them. Oh, the sun rose from the west. Jun Ling-tsang was also a little surprised. The far ancient royal family and the Archean royalty were of the same origin, and most of them were hostile to the Jun family. Moreover, Jun Ling-tsang vaguely heard that this goddess of the Heavenly Fox clan seemed to be related to Long Out Yin. Jun Ling-tsang did not care about Bai Mei, but he secretly kept an eye on her. Long Out Yin might be lying in ambush in the dark. Seeing that Jun Ling-tsang was a little cautious, Bai Mei said in a sincere tone, "I came alone. No one is hiding in the dark. As for why I am looking for you, it is to tell you something very important," Bai Mei said in a serious tone. "What is it?" Jun Ling-tsang raised his eyebrows. Then Bai Mei told Jun Ling-tsang about the Kingslayer plan and the fall of the 2 ancient freaks of the Jun family. What? Jun Ling-tsang's aura shook and cracks appeared on the ground. He could not calm down. Jun Ling-tsang knew that there were 3 ancient freaks of the Jun family sleeping in the immortal ancient world, but he did not deliberately look for them. If the ancient freaks of the Jun family wanted to wake up, they would naturally wake up on their own. They did not need to wake them up. However, Jun Ling-tsang didn't expect that the Archean royalty would find a descendant of the celestial cicada royal family and figure out where the ancient freak of the Jun family was hibernating. However, Jun Ling-tsang's temperament was naturally not that simple. After calming down, he said, "How do I know if this is true or not?" "It won't be long before they find the last ancient freak of the Jun family. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the entire ancient spiritual land will be shaken. By then, it will be too late for you to regret." Bai Mei's tone was very sincere. Jun Ling-tsang fell silent. After a long while, he asked, Why are you telling me this? If I remember correctly, you're with Long Out Yin, aren't you? Hearing June Lingsong's question, Bai Mei was stunned at first. Then a blush appeared on her pretty face, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. That's because Mei has met the true son of heaven, young Master June. Bai Mei said in a daze, It's Xiaoyao's cousin? June Lingsong was also stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. Then he sighed in his heart. He didn't understand what method June Xiaoyao had used to bring this heavenly lady of the Celestial Fox clan to the June family's side. However, if she had been subdued by June Xiaoyao, then Bai Mei's words could be believed. For someone like June Xiaoyao who could create miracles at any time, subduing a heavenly lady of the Celestial Fox clan was a normal thing. Thank you for your information. The June family will not sit still and wait for death. June Lingsong's tone was cold and murderous. The Archean royalty and other forces dared to plot against the June family. They would definitely pay a heavy price. Are we going to look for young Master June? Bai Mei's beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled. She had been undercover for a long time and hadn't seen June Xiaoyao for a long time. Naturally, she missed him. Don't disturb him for the time being. Let him cultivate by himself. Even if the younger generation of the June family dies, as long as Xiaoyao is here, we will be fine, June Lingsong said. He wouldn't disturb June Xiaoyao's cultivation. It could be said that June Xiaoyao alone was more important than the 10 sequences of the June family put together. Let me, the first sequence of the sequence, bear this kind of responsibility. June Lingsong stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. There was a sense of dignity without being angry. If June Xiaoyao was said to be the sharpest spear of the younger generation of the June family, June Lingsong was the strongest shield. June Xiaoyao only needed to cultivate in peace and grow up. As for the other trivial matters, June Lingsong would bear them alone. Well, then I should leave. Bai Mei nodded slightly and retreated. June Lingsong was left standing alone. The ultimate battle of the immortal ancient era has begun, June Lingsong murmured. However, this ultimate battle was not a free-for-all between the geniuses. Instead, many Archean royalty and immortal forces would join forces against the June family. The June family could not lose this battle. After hearing the news, June Lingsong also began to plan. Naturally, he wouldn't be stupid enough to deal with all the enemy geniuses alone. Instead, he took the initiative to inform the other sequences. Now, among the 10 sequences of the June family, except for the 3 who had died, the lowest cultivation level of the other sequences had reached the small completion of the true God realm. After learning that the 2 ancient freaks of the June family had been plotted against and killed, the other sequences of the June family were furious. The members of the June family were extremely united. They would rise or fall together. They couldn't allow the enemy forces to plot against the ancient freaks of the June family. It's not enough. After joining forces with the other sequences, June Lingsong still frowned. It was difficult to save the last ancient freak of the June family from the enemy forces with just the 7 sequences of the June family. It was still a bit difficult. Oh, right, there's still the Jiang family. In addition, I can also contact Xiaoyao's followers and those around him, June Lingsong thought. What he needed to do now was to unite all the forces that could be united and settle the score with the Archean royalty and other forces. One could only imagine how shocking this battle would be. Without further ado, June Lingsong immediately took action. He went to find the geniuses of the Jiang family. The second sequence, June Wushuang, went to find those around June Xiaoyao. A few days later, June Lingsong arrived at the ancestral land of the Beauty tribe. This was because he had already heard that Jiang Xingyi was rather close to the Beauty race. I'm June Lingsong of the June family. I'd like to see Jiang Xingyi, June Lingsong said. Soon, the geniuses of the Beauty tribe found Jiang Xingyi. When she heard that someone from the June family came to find her, Jiang Xingyi's heart trembled. She walked out with a hint of anxiety and anticipation. When she saw Jun Lingsang, she was stunned for a moment. A hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes, but she quickly covered it up. Jun Lingsang, it's you. What's the matter? Jiang Xingyi smiled faintly. The Jun family and the Jiang family had intermarried for generations. The relationship between the younger generations was also good. The two families almost wore the same pants. Jun Lingsang also told Jiang Xingyi everything. Jun Lingsang completely trusted the Jiang family. What? There's such a thing? Jiang Xingyi frowned. She realized the seriousness of the situation. The Archean royalty and other forces wanted to create a gap in the younger generation of the Jun family. Then Xiaoyao he. Jiang Xingyi couldn't help but worry. Jun Xiaoyao was the one with the most potential, which made him the easiest target. Jun Lingsang didn't know what to say. Jiang Xingyi seemed to be overly concerned about Jun Xiaoyao. However, he still said, "Don't worry. Cousin Xiaoyao should be fine. Right now, they're mainly targeting the ancient freaks of the Jun family. Once the ancient freaks are eliminated, the Jun family sequence will be targeted." Jiang Xingyi nodded slightly. Her hanging heart was temporarily relieved. She said, "Don't worry. Our two families share honor and disgrace. Our Jiang family won't sit idly by when the Jun family is in danger. I'll contact the geniuses of the Jiang family and go with you to rescue them." "Okay, thank you." Jun Lingsang cupped his hands solemnly. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. If it were the geniuses of other forces, they wouldn't agree so easily in such a situation, because there were too many opponents, too strong and too terrifying. Only the Jiang family was willing to help the Jun family unconditionally. After that, Jun Lingsang left to continue looking for other reinforcements. Jiang Xingyi went to find Jiang Luoli and the others. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, =. Chapter 445. In a certain land of opportunity in the ancient spiritual land, two beautiful figures were cultivating. One of them was Linglong, who was petite and cute. Her fine black hair was tied into two ponytails, making her look lively and playful. Her curled eyelashes were long, and below them were a pair of bright and lively eyes. Her nose was tall and pretty, and her lips were pink and sakura. She talked to the girl beside her from time to time. When she smiled, she revealed two small canine teeth, and there were two cute dimples on her cheeks. She was the pearl of the Jiang family, Jiang Luoli. Although time continued to pass, Jiang Luoli's height seemed to have solidified. There weren't many changes, and she was still 5 meters in height. As for the girl who was talking to her, her skin was like jade, and her appearance was pretty. Her long blue hair poured down in torrents. It was Jiang Chuhan. "The opportunities here are more or less digested. Let's go find Sister Xingyi," Jiang Chuhan said. "Oh." Jiang Luoli nodded slightly, but she didn't seem to be too interested. "What's wrong? I remember that you were the most clingy with Sister Xingyi. Why didn't you go find her after entering Immortal Ancient?" Jiang Chuhan said, "It's nothing. People have to grow up. I can't rely on others. Luoli has to work hard to become stronger." Jiang Luoli clenched her fists and encouraged herself. Then she smiled and said, "Don't talk about me. Why didn't I see Hua Yuanxiu looking for you?" Hearing the name Hua Yuanxiu, Jiang Chuhan shook her head slightly. Now, she felt more and more indifferent towards Hua Yuanxiu. When she thought about how she was going to marry Hua Yuanxiu after Immortal Ancient ended, Jiang Chuhan felt unhappy. After entering Immortal Ancient, I don't know where he went. Maybe he went to train by himself and find opportunities. But that's good. Out of sight, out of mind. Jiang Chuhan said indifferently. She didn't care about Hua Yuanxiu at all. At this time, a beautiful figure rushed over from the distance. Her snow-white clothes fluttered, and she was exceptionally beautiful. It was Jiang Xingyi. It's Sister Xingyi. Jiang Chuhan was surprised. She didn't expect Jiang Xingyi to take the initiative to find them. Sister Xingyi, Jiang Luoli also called out. Your cultivation is not bad, Jiang Xingyi replied. However, when she looked at Jiang Luoli, there was a hint of awkwardness in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She didn't know why, but she always felt guilty when facing Jiang Luoli, as if she had done something wrong. Jiang Xingyi also understood that Jiang Luoli looked like a naive girl, but sometimes her mind was extremely meticulous. It was impossible for Jiang Luoli to be unaware of her relationship with Jun Xiaoyao, but she had never taken the initiative to mention it. However, her relationship with Jiang Luoli had undergone a subtle change. He was no longer as clingy as before, and there was a faint layer of separation between them. But now was not the time to think about such things. Jiang Xingyi sifted through the chaotic thoughts in her mind and said, "This time, I came to find you because of something important. It's about the Jun family." Jiang Xingyi briefly explained the matter. "What? There's actually such a thing?" Jiang Chuhan was also shocked. This was definitely a major event that would shake the entire Immortal Ancient and even affect the power structure in the future. "Is Big Brother Xiaoyao okay?" Jiang Luoli asked nervously. She had also heard about Jun Xiaoyao entering Immortal Ancient. However, in order not to disturb Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation, Jiang Luoli suppressed her longing and didn't take the initiative to look for him. "Xiaoyao is fine. Right now, the ancient freaks of the Jun family are being targeted, so our Jiang family has to gather our strength to help the Jun family," Jiang Xingyi said. Let's go and find Jiang Zuling and the others." Jiang Luoli nodded. She also realized the seriousness of the situation. "Sigh, it's a pity that we don't know where Hua Yuanxiu went." Jiang Chuhan shook her head. She didn't expect Hua Yuanxiu to be very powerful, but he was still a force to be reckoned with. Soon, the three women of the Jiang family took action and gathered the Jiang family's geniuses. On the other side, Jun Wushuang went to find Jun Xiaoyao's people. Somewhere in the ancient spiritual land, a figure was fighting with a spirit beast. The spirit beast's aura had reached the heavenly god realm. Meanwhile, the young man fighting against the spirit beast was valiant and heroic. His upper body was naked, and there was a sun totem on his chest that released endless brilliance. He held the star execution destruction bow in his hand, and his golden eyes were as bright as the sun. It was Yu, the successor of the ancient emperor family, the Yi family. He pulled the bowstring and released 9 arrows at the same time. All 9 arrows landed on the same spot and directly pierced through the heavenly god realm's spirit beast. After killing the spirit beast, Yu also stepped forward and took the sun gold fruit that the spirit beast was guarding. At that moment, a divine light flashed through Yu's golden eyes. "Who is it?" A figure appeared in midair. It was a man dressed in golden armor with a 9-dragon crown on his head. He was handsome and mighty, and his aura was extraordinary. It was the second sequence of the Jun family, Jun Wushuang. So it's the second sequence. Yu lowered his guard and cupped his hand slightly. Although Yu only recognized Jun Xiaoyao as his master, he would still show some respect to the other sequences of the Jun family. "Yu, your strength has reached the heavenly god realm." Jun Wushuang was surprised. Who would have thought that even Jun Xiaoyao's follower could reach the heavenly god realm? However, when he thought of Yu's background as the successor of the ancient emperor family, he was actually considered the successor of an immortal force and would not be weaker than the other successors. "Why is the second sequence looking for me?" Yu asked. "It's like this." Jun Wushuang frowned and told Yu about the matter. "Since there is such a thing, then I, Yu, will not shirk my responsibility." Yu agreed without hesitation. The Jun family's matter was Jun Xiaoyao's matter. Jun Xiaoyao's matter was Yu's matter. "Good. Son of God did not misjudge you." Jun Wushuang nodded. Then he and Yu began to look for the others. Soon they also found Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying, who had the god-devouring demonic skill, grew very quickly in the immortal ancient world. Previously, with the help of Jun Xiaoyao, she devoured Saintess Mimihu and the Buddha Lady of Little Western Paradise, and her cultivation broke through to the true God realm. Now, she had reached the complete true God realm. Compared to Yu, who was in the heavenly God realm, it was nothing. However, Yan Qingying was from the lower realm. Now that she could cultivate to this realm, it was already extremely fast. After Jun Wushuang's explanation, Yan Qingying also joined in without hesitation. In another area, there was a young man in a black and gold robe. His hair was black like ink, his skin was pale, and he had a handsome appearance. He looked tall and skinny, with the appearance of a pale-faced scholar. However, the aura that emanated from his body had reached the heavenly God realm. There was also a sense of reincarnation that permeated the air. Opposite him, a few immortal ancient living beings revealed a look of horror. Let us go. We were blind. How dare you snatch the opportunity from me? Courting death. The handsome young man in black reached out with one hand. A blurry image of a wheel appeared in the void as if it was going to pull all living beings into reincarnation. Those few immortal ancient living beings did not even have time to let out a scream before they turned into ashes. This feeling is pretty good. The handsome young man in black smiled slightly. Without Jun Xiaoyao by his side, he finally experienced the feeling of freedom and being high and mighty again. Chapter 446. This handsome young man in black was the ancient freak of the reincarnation demon sect, the reincarnation's sacred physique, Wang Chuan. As an ancient freak, his cultivation level had reached the heavenly God realm. He was supposed to be high and mighty, but Jun Xiaoyao planted a slave mark on him and made him a slave. At first, Wang Chuan was not used to it, but as time passed, he did not feel anything. The Jun family did not treat this ancient freak unfairly and gave him many opportunities. It could be said that Wang Chuan was treated quite well and did not feel like a slave at all. But occasionally, Wang Chuan would still miss the time when he was free. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar, as expected of the ancient freak of the reincarnation demon sect. He has the reincarnation's sacred physique, and his cultivation level has reached the heavenly God realm. Wang Chuan looked over and saw that it was Jun Wushuang, Yu, and Yan Qingying. "It's you guys." Wang Chuan looked around and found that Jun Xiaoyao was not here. Jun Wushuang was very straightforward and told Wang Chuan the purpose of his visit. Wang Chuan thought for a moment. To be honest, anyone with a discerning eye knew that this operation would be very dangerous. After all, there were too many enemies and they were too strong. But the Jun family did not treat him badly. Although Jun Xiaoyao planted a slave mark on him, he did not humiliate him or anything. It was already very good. And if he did not agree, and Jun Xiaoyao found out, the consequences would be tragic. So Wang Chuan did not hesitate and agreed directly. Jun Wushuang nodded. Next, they went to look for the nine-headed lion. As a top Archean royal family, the nine-headed lion's strength was unquestionable. He had also reached the peak of the true God realm and was a very strong helper. In addition, they also found some people who were related to Jun Xiaoyao. For example, the eldest princess of the Panwu Jin dynasty, Wu Mingyue, the saintess of the Holy Spirit College, Hua Shiqing, and Su Ziqiong of the Purple Mansion, Sacred Ground. Because of their relationship with Jun Xiaoyao, they agreed without hesitation. In short, the Jun family sequence united all the forces that could be united and prepared to fight to the death with the Archean royalty and other forces. For a moment, a storm was brewing in the ancient spiritual land. As time passed, about a month had passed, on a mountain peak in the ancient spiritual land, Gu Chanzi of the celestial cicada royal race opened his eyes and looked at the tortoiseshell in his hand. "I've finally found it." Gu Chanzi smiled. He had paid a huge price in order to figure out the resting place of the last ancient freak of the Jun family. "Is it finally out?" Long Outyen and the other Archean royalty prodigies were also excited. They had been waiting for this moment. "It should be around the mysterious Heaven mountain range," said Guchanzi. Long Outyen said, "Okay, let's set off immediately. Also, send a message to the other team and tell them to head to the mysterious Heaven mountain range as well." They began to move. When the last ancient freak of the June family falls, it will be the turn of the June family's current sequence. June Xiaoyao, I wonder how you'll feel when you come out and find that you're the only one left in the June family? Long Outyen was suddenly filled with anticipation. Moreover, he didn't just want the June family sequence dead. Those who were related to June Xiaoyao, such as his followers, would also be killed. As for the women related to June Xiaoyao, they would all be reduced to female slaves. This was Long Outyen's revenge on June Xiaoyao. Long Outyen's team and the Underworld Prince's team set off together and headed to the mysterious Heaven mountain range. The commotion was quite big, and many of the surrounding prodigies sensed it. However, they didn't have to hide anything anymore, because after killing the last ancient freak of the June family, they would attack the June family sequence. Oh my God, why are all the Archean royalty prodigies working together? Judging from their direction, they should be heading to the mysterious Heaven mountain range. What's going on? Is there some heaven-defying opportunity in the mysterious Heaven mountain range? Otherwise, why are all these prodigies heading there in groups? I'm not sure, but something big is definitely going to happen. This commotion also attracted the attention of the other prodigies in the ancient spiritual land. Even some of the ancient freaks who were not present were attracted to the scene. The prodigies of the Ji family of the ancients, the Yi family of the ancients, the celestial demon cult, and other forces were also alarmed and secretly followed behind. They also expected that something big was going to happen. On the other side, Jun Lingsang, who had received the news, also gathered everyone and headed toward the mysterious Heaven mountain range. For a time, the entire ancient spiritual land was in a state of turmoil. An earth-shattering ultimate battle was about to begin. Compared to the treacherous situation in the ancient spiritual land, the other parts of the immortal ancient world were much calmer. The immortal ancient Tao lake was also peaceful. However, this tranquility was broken. In an area of the immortal ancient Tao lake, thunder suddenly filled the sky. Thick layers of clouds gathered in the sky, and bolts of lightning struck down. Among the flashing lightning, a figure soared into the sky, opened his mouth, and roared, absorbing the lightning in the sky. It was Lei Mingyuan. His eyes were like two thunder lakes, emitting 3 feet of lightning. His body was surrounded by lightning, and the surface of his skin flashed with electricity from time to time. Lei Mingyuan's aura had reached the perfection, true immortal realm. This kind of improvement was incomparably huge for him. Of course, this was all thanks to the Thunder Beast's remains and heart. My heavenly thunder body has been awakened. Lei Mingyuan's eyes were filled with excitement. It turned out that although his heavenly thunder body could be cultivated, it was in a state where it had not been completely awakened. As for the Thunder Beast's heart, it had completely awakened Lei Mingyuan's heavenly thunder body. Otherwise, his strength would not have skyrocketed to the perfection, true immortal realm. Although the current him was still unable to compete with those ancient freaks and top prodigies, he had at least reached the level of a first-rate prodigy. And this was all brought to him by Jun Xiaoyao. Lord Son of God has yet to come out of seclusion. His improvement must be even greater. He might even break through to the heavenly God realm, Lei Mingyuan said. At the very most, Jun Xiaoyao was only 16 years old. A 16-year-old heavenly God realm powerhouse was simply unimaginable. Just as Lei Mingyuan was thinking, at the edge of the immortal ancient Tao lake, a prodigy walked up tentatively. You are. Lei Mingyuan said warily. I am here to deliver a message on behalf of the Jun family sequences. Before Jun Mulan and the other sequences left, they asked us to inform Son of God of this matter when he comes out of seclusion, the prodigy said. Then, The prodigy told Lei Mingyuan about this matter. What? The Jun family is facing such a crisis? Lei Mingyuan was also extremely shocked. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? I understand. When Lord Son of God comes out of seclusion, I will inform him immediately. Lei Mingyuan nodded. The prodigy left. How long will it take for Lord Son of God to come out of seclusion? Lei Mingyuan was a little anxious. Although his current identity was only Jun Xiaoyao's servant, in his heart he had already regarded Jun Xiaoyao as a master worthy of following. Right at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly spread out like a geyser. That pressure had reached the heavenly god realm. That is, Lei Mingyuan's heart trembled. Chapter 447. Lei Mingyuan thought Jun Xiaoyao was about to come out. In the end, he sensed a terrifying dragon aura in that aura. Obviously, it couldn't be Jun Xiaoyao. Then there was only one candidate left. Princess Longji. Along with the powerful ripples, the Dao Lake was completely blown apart. Golden dragon qi filled the air, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. A cold and elegant silhouette slowly appeared. It was Princess Longji. She was wearing a palace dress. Her bare feet were purer than snow. She stood in the air without a speck of dust. A pair of snow-white, slender legs were hidden by her dress. Her slender and graceful body was as lustrous as mutton-fat white jade, glowing with a luster. Her face was shrouded in fog and carried with it a cold and dominating aura. She was like an ancient empress. After refining the dragon corpse with the winged dragon's blood, Princess Longji's cultivation level broke through to the heavenly god realm without any surprise. Plus, as an ancient freak, she didn't just break through to the early stage of the heavenly god realm. She broke through to the intermediate stage. This capability, in the eyes of the younger generation, was definitely one of the best. Her powerful capabilities restored Princess Longji's confidence and arrogance. She no longer felt like she was being used as a mount by Jun Xiaoyao. Your capabilities? Lei Mingyuan was shocked. Though before Jun Xiaoyao, Princess Longji couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, she was, after all, an ancient freak. She still had the foundation that she should have. Princess Longji glanced at Lei Mingyuan, then looked away. At this moment, she was thinking, with my intermediate stage capabilities, even if Jun Xiaoyao breaks through to the heavenly god realm, he can't do anything to me. It's indeed a bit whimsical to have me as your mount. But this dragon corpse was given to me by him. Back then, I agreed because of the situation. It's not right to go back on my word. Princess Longji was in a dilemma. To be honest, her feelings towards Jun Xiaoyao had changed from pure hatred to something complicated. In the beginning, she really hated Jun Xiaoyao. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had trampled on her in front of many forces of the Huangtian mystic realm without showing any mercy. But later, when she was framed by Ao Luan, it was Jun Xiaoyao who saved her. It was also Jun Xiaoyao who helped her find out who the mastermind was. At that time, Princess Longji had mixed feelings towards him. After that, Jun Xiaoyao gave her the dragon corpse. Princess Longji didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so willing to give her the dragon corpse. Even if he wanted her to be his mount, Princess Longji would still benefit from this deal. Hence, after Princess Longji had broken out of seclusion, she could have broken her promise and left. She could have even killed Jun Xiaoyao. However, Princess Longji bit her lip and hesitated. In the end, she didn't do it, not for anything else, but because she was Princess Longji. Her words were worth 1,000 gold. If she broke her promise, Princess Longji's Taoist heart would crack, because it was all thanks to Jun Xiaoyao's gift that she was able to break through to the heavenly god stage. Princess Longji, it was the Son of God who gave you this gift. You can't do anything that will disappoint the Son of God. Seeing Princess Longji's expression change, Lei Mingyuan thought she was going to break her promise. So he warned her. Do I need you to warn me? Princess Longji glared at Lei Mingyuan coldly. Lei Mingyuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and took 2 steps back. The heavenly god stage's aura made him feel pressured. At that moment, in the depths of the immortal ancient Tao lake, there was a faint sound of vibration. Could it be? Princess Longji and Lei Mingyuan were both stunned. At that moment, in the depths of the immortal ancient Tao lake, where the spiritual qi was dense, Jun Xiaoyao sat in the void. The spiritual qi around him spun like a storm. Jun Xiaoyao had refined the blood of the remnant immortal into his body for a long time. The energy of the remnant immortal's blood was extremely vigorous. If it were an ordinary heavenly god stage powerhouse, they would probably explode. However, Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients and the immortal Daluo immortal body. He could withstand this pressure. Most importantly, in his dantian, there was the origin of God. This was a Tao that belonged exclusively to Jun Xiaoyao. At least half of the energy of the remnant immortal's blood had been absorbed by the origin of God. The origin of God was like a black hole. It did not reject any kind of energy and absorbed it all. This terrifying devouring and absorption was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than the God-devouring, demonic technique. Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes and looked inside, observing the origin of God. This was the starting point of his own Tao, so it was called the origin. With the energy of the remnant immortal's blood being injected, the origin of the universe and the origin of God was boiling. Vaguely, there seemed to be the embryonic form of a universe. As a transmigrator, Jun Xiaoyao had always had a fundamental thought. Where did the universe come from? Now, Jun Xiaoyao looked inside the origin of God in his dantian, as if he was witnessing an answer with his own eyes. This was because it seemed that a universe was about to be born from his origin of God. This was an extremely shocking scene. Finally, as the energy reached a certain threshold, within the origin of God, there was a rumble, as if it was the first explosion between heaven and earth. Then, a ray of light that could split heaven and earth appeared in the origin of God that was filled with chaos. God said, "Let there be light." With the appearance of this ray of light, Jun Xiaoyao's entire body shook. A thick Taoist rhyme filled the air, as if it wanted to make one become an immortal. Jun Xiaoyao's heart surged with understanding. His hands began to move subconsciously. His fingers and palms streaked across the void, and Taoist patterns flashed past. After observing his own Tao, Jun Xiaoyao began to evolve his own magic. That's right, Jun Xiaoyao was creating his own magic. If outsiders knew about this, they would definitely be so shocked that their scalps would go numb. This was because creating one's own magic was not something that anyone could do. Even the most basic and simple magic required an extremely strong foundation to create. Generally speaking, even saints could only create some small magic. Only supreme beings and above were qualified to create some great magic that could be passed down for generations. As for more powerful supreme beings and the like, they might need to be created by more powerful supreme beings, chaos Tao beings, or even quasi-emperors. In the countless eras of the immortal realm, there are only 1 or 2 who began to create their own magic at the true God realm. And Jun Xiaoyao was doing this right now. His talent and comprehension were originally heaven-defying, and he could master any great magic after observing it for several hours. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was also about to create a great magic that was truly his own. And just as Jun Xiaoyao's origin of God was transforming, and he began to create his own magic, above the firmament, dark clouds suddenly gathered and terrifying 7-colored lightning surged and rolled, as if an apocalyptic lightning tribulation was brewing. That's the 7-colored ascension tribulation. Princess Longji's beautiful eyes widened at this scene. Wasn't the 7-colored lightning tribulation a great tribulation that would only appear when one became a saint? Why would it appear now? And who triggered this tribulation? Could it be? Princess Longji's expression froze, and her heart froze for a moment. Could it be the 7-colored ascension tribulation triggered by Jun Xiaoyao. Chapter 448. Dark clouds loomed over the sky as the rainbow lightning tribulation brewed. Within the immortal ancient Tao lake, Jun Xiaoyao was still focused on creating his own special ability. Jun Xiaoyao did not create it. Once he created it, he would create a supreme special ability that would stun all living beings. This was Jun Xiaoyao's ambition. He also had the right to create a great special ability. In ancient times, the Thunder Emperor created a great special ability that was comparable to the true dragon and the divine phoenix. And the special ability that I, Jun Xiaoyao, create will surpass even great special abilities. Jun Xiaoyao's goal was firm. He would either do it or not. If he was going to do it, he would do it to the extreme. Let the universe tremble, and all living beings tremble. Jun Xiaoyao moved his palms, and wisps of the universe's origin power wrapped around his fingers. The void trembled because of him. Above the sky, the rainbow lightning tribulation brewed as if it was about to fall. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was still replaying the scene in God's origin over and over in his mind. The scene of the light splitting the heavens and earth. God said, "Let there be light." Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. This scene seemed to have turned into a complicated Tao law that was deeply imprinted in his mind. At this moment, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, above the 9 heavens, the rainbow lightning tribulation transformed into a terrifying pillar of lightning and crashed down. When this tribulation fell, even a quasi-sage who wanted to transcend the tribulation might not be able to withstand it. However, Jun Xiaoyao came to a realization at that very moment. He stood up and walked up to the sky step by step. He was actually walking towards the pillar of lightning. Princess Longji and Lei Mingyuan, who were watching from the sidelines, saw everything. That figure is Lord Son of God. When Lei Mingyuan saw the white-robed figure, his entire body shook and his eyes were filled with shock. Princess Longji's beautiful eyes were also filled with unprecedented shock. Even with her temperament, she completely lost her composure when she saw this scene. That was the rainbow lightning tribulation. Even a quasi-sage might not be able to withstand it. Is Jun Xiaoyao going to commit suicide? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao step towards the rainbow lightning tribulation, Princess Longji couldn't help but think to herself. What happened next was something that Princess Longji would never forget. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his palm, and the power of the origin of the universe transformed into divine chains that shot out, interweaving into an eternal light in the void. This beam of light seemed to split the heavens and earth apart, breaking out from the primal chaos. That kind of power fluctuation was simply indescribable. Everything in the world seemed to be annihilated into ashes by this ray of light. Princess Longji's scalp went numb and her divine soul trembled. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. If it were her, facing Jun Xiaoyao's move, she would definitely fall. There was no chance of luck. This wisp of light was like a heavenly saber that cut through the void, as if it wanted to split the sky into 2. The powerful 7-colored tribulation lightning beam collided with the streak of light, and as expected, it was split in half. The remaining light did not diminish in power. It split the dark clouds in the sky into 2. Jun Xiaoyao broke the 7-colored thunder tribulation of sainthood with just one move. In the entire immortal ancient Tao lake, only Princess Longji and Lei Mingyuan saw this. If anyone else saw this, they would be so shocked that their hearts would explode. This was beyond their imagination. In the sky, after the rainbow lightning tribulation was broken, lightning continued to gather and rumble, preparing for the next attack. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were full of enlightenment. I've finally succeeded. This is Jun Xiaoyao's self-created move, Genesis. Jun Xiaoyao had an epiphany. The move he created was not just one move, but a set of moves. This set of mystiques was named Genesis. Because he created the primal chaos and created the universe, just like Genesis. And this wisp of light was only the first move of Genesis. Jun Xiaoyao named it God's light, because God said, "Let there be light." This move was Genesis, God's light. And this move would become Jun Xiaoyao's absolute trump card. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao would be able to perfect the Genesis era in the future, making it a truly legendary spell. "Genesis is my origin great path move," Jun Xiaoyao murmured. This was a move created by combining his Tao with the power of the universe's origin. Naturally, it was an origin great path move. Rumble. In the sky, the rainbow lightning tribulation gathered again. Jun Xiaoyao did not intend to break it with God's light. What a coincidence! This lightning calamity will help me make a breakthrough. Jun Xiaoyao smirked. Faced with the rainbow lightning tribulation that would make even a quasi-sage pale, Jun Xiaoyao was calm and composed, because his Tao was his own Tao. So every time he had a breakthrough in his Tao, he would attract all kinds of heavenly punishment tribulations. But Jun Xiaoyao did not care at all. He could even use it as his own resources to transform himself. The rainbow lightning pillar struck. Jun Xiaoyao's body shook as he activated the immortal Daluo immortal body. At the same time, a body immortal qi appeared and wrapped around his body. The sacred body of the ancients, the immortal Daluo immortal body, and the body immortal qi. Even the seven-colored tribulation of sanctification would not be able to kill him. Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was submerged in the rainbow lightning tribulation. Princess Longji and Lei Mingyuan, on the other hand, were stunned. Who would have thought that a true god realm prodigy would actually start transcending the seven-colored ascension lightning tribulation? This world was crazy. Is he still human? Princess Longji murmured as if she had lost her soul. Lord Son of God is not human. Lei Mingyuan swallowed hard. Even a wisp of that level of tribulation lightning would be enough to kill him, a genius with the heavenly lightning body. Jun Xiaoyao bathed in the rainbow lightning tribulation, but the terrifying tribulation lightning could not harm him at all. Jun Xiaoyao's body became even more perfect after being refined by the tribulation lightning. At the same time, the remaining energy of the immortal remnant blood in Jun Xiaoyao's body caused Jun Xiaoyao's aura to rise, and the draconic elephant particles in his body were also turning into elemental elephant particles. All in all, Jun Xiaoyao was improving rapidly in all aspects. Unsurprisingly, he broke through the bottleneck of the peak true god realm. Jun Xiaoyao had reached the heavenly god realm, but the heavenly god realm was not the end. Jun Xiaoyao not only had the energy of the immortal remnant blood, but also the rainbow lightning tribulation lightning. Naturally, he could not just advance by one level. Early heavenly god realm, mid-stage heavenly god realm, late stage heavenly god realm, first stage heavenly god realm, first stage heavenly god realm. After reaching the first stage heavenly god realm, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation stagnated, as if he had encountered some kind of barrier. Each of the 9 levels of the sage realm was a huge threshold. Without great luck, it was very difficult to break through. Even an ancient freak would not have an easy time breaking through to the Tao God realm. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's body shuddered as he yelled coldly, "Break!" Boom! A loud explosion shook the world. Runes of the way spread all over Jun Xiaoyao's body. All sorts of runes flickered and flickered around him. Jun Xiaoyao walked on the path, emanating an unparalleled aura of the great path. He had broken through to the Tao God realm. Chapter 449. Countless Tao runes were spreading under Jun Xiaoyao's feet. In the void around him, there were countless talisman civilizations flickering indeterminately. Jun Xiaoyao was currently emitting a transcendental aura, as if he was the embodiment of the great Tao. It was the symbol of the Tao God realm. Jun Xiaoyao had broken through to the Tao God realm from the peak stage of the true God realm. If news of the breakthrough were to spread, many people would be dumbfounded and start doubting their own existence. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had skipped an entire level. It was impossible for others to make breakthroughs like Jun Xiaoyao did, where it was as simple as eating and drinking. Besides, that was not all Jun Xiaoyao's benefits. The dragon elephant particles in his body had been refined by the power of the blood of the remnant immortal and the seven-colored tribulation. They had all turned into elemental particles. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao now had 100,000 elemental particles in his body. His soul power had increased by 10 times 2. He could fully utilize the power of the gates of hell. Following this, Jun Xiaoyao would turn the elemental particles into real elemental particles. His strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant would reach the greater success stage. By then, Jun Xiaoyao's physical strength would have skyrocketed yet again. It would unlock new abilities too. Jun Xiaoyao's improvement was comprehensive. His cultivation, flesh, and soul power had all improved significantly. The range and ability of his dermic power immunity had increased too. Most importantly, he had comprehended his own divine ability of the origin, great Tao, the era of Genesis. This was an absolutely powerful killing move, the kind that no one had ever used before. On top of that, the origin force of the universe in Jun Xiaoyao's god's origin had grown stronger after absorbing the power of the blood of the remnant immortal. It felt like the origin had turned into a placenta that was giving birth to a universe. The rules of the world and the universe were under Jun Xiaoyao's control. It was his Tao. It had nothing to do with the rules of the 9 heavens, immortal realm, or the other worlds. When the divine origin transforms in the future, it might form a domain and expand it to eventually give birth to a true world. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. He was looking forward to the moment when his Tao completely transformed. What would happen if the universe that the god's origin eventually evolved into was comparable to the 9 heavens immortal realm, or even devoured it? Jun Xiaoyao would most likely become the supreme god that ruled over the immortal realm. In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, the flames of ambition were rising. He had always been an ambitious and ruthless character. His only goal was to reach the peak and suppress an era, or even countless eras. He wanted billions of living beings to praise his true name. It's about time. With my current strength, the 7-colored sanctification tribulation is no longer a threat to me. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. At the true God realm, even the 7-colored lightning tribulation was unable to do anything to him. Not to mention that Jun Xiaoyao had already broken through to the Tao God realm. A mere tribulation to become a saint was basically no threat to him. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and unleashed his power to disperse the dark clouds in the sky. The 7-colored lightning tribulation unwillingly dissipated too. The world regained its clarity. In the light, Jun Xiaoyao stepped out of the sky like the son of a god. Jun Xiaoyao had benefited a lot from the seclusion. He had obtained the primordial power of the 7 dragons and reconstructed the 7-colored sacred dragon armor. He had completely mastered the first half of the physique scripture, the immortal body of the great all-embracing heaven, and even refined a wisp of flesh immortal qi. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had broken through to the Tao God realm. The divine origin in his body had improved significantly, and the origin force of the universe had skyrocketed. He had also comprehended the divine ability of the great Tao of origin, the Genesis era. The strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant had also refined 100,000 elemental granules. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao's current strength had completely crushed his previous self. Previously, I said that after I came out of seclusion, I would have no problem dominating the immortal ancient. Now, it seems that I still underestimated myself. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and smiled. Sweeping through all the geniuses of the immortal ancient was a piece of cake for Jun Xiaoyao. It couldn't be any easier. Jun Xiaoyao left the seclusion grounds. He looked over and saw Princess Longji and Lei Mingyuan, who were in a daze. Jun Mulan and the others were nowhere to be seen. Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised to see the aura emanating from both of them. Lei Mingyuan had refined the lightning beast's remains, so it was not strange for him to have such strength. Princess Longji had refined the dragon's corpse, and with her own ancient freak foundation, it was not difficult for her to break through to the heavenly god realm. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, Princess Longji's expression was unprecedentedly complicated. That was the seven-colored ascension lightning tribulation? Princess Longji was still in disbelief. So what? It's just a lightning tribulation, Jun Xiaoyao said nonchalantly. Princess Longji's cheeks twitched slightly. Jun Xiaoyao was probably the only person who could say something like that without a care in the world. Then, sensing Jun Xiaoyao's unfathomable aura, Princess Longji said with difficulty, "Your strength." "Dao Immortal Realm," Jun Xiaoyao said directly. There was nothing to hide. Hiss! On the side. Lei Mingyuan's mind shook, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Mother****, this is heaven-defying. Crossing one major realm and 5 minor realms in a single seclusion. Is he still human? Princess Longji's body trembled as well. Her heart felt cold, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She thought that she had finally surpassed Jun Xiaoyao after breaking through to the mid-stage heavenly god realm. But now, not only did Jun Xiaoyao surpass her, he was even suppressing her. The difference between the heavenly god realm and Dao Immortal Realm was like heaven and earth. Not to mention, Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to challenge those of a higher realm. Princess Longji could not imagine just how powerful Jun Xiaoyao was now. And then there was the light Jun Xiaoyao used to split the lightning pillar. That terrifying move made her feel like she was facing death. "What are you surprised?" "I think this is perfectly normal," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Jun Xiaoyao was not trying to be pretentious, but it was the truth. Jun Xiaoyao was already used to breaking through several major realms in one go. Now that he could only break through one major realm, he was a little annoyed. Of course, one of the main reasons for that was that Jun Xiaoyao required far more resources and energy to make breakthroughs than the other geniuses. And a large portion of the remnant immortal's blood's energy had been absorbed by the origin of God. Otherwise, Jun Xiaoyao would not have only broken through to the Dao Immortal Realm. He might even break through to the Pre-Saint Realm. Princess Longji was rendered completely speechless by Jun Xiaoyao's provocative words. "You surprise me. I thought you would leave immediately after breaking through to the heavenly god realm or cause trouble for me." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. If Princess Longji was really that stubborn, Jun Xiaoyao would have no choice but to kill this disobedient steed. Princess Longji felt a shiver of fear. Luckily, she kept her promise and did not act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "In your eyes, do I look like someone who doesn't keep her word?" Although she had this thought, Princess Longji would never admit it. "Not bad. You deserve my encouragement." Jun Xiaoyao walked up to Princess Longji and patted her head. Princess Longji was dumbfounded by the head patting. Jun Xiaoyao was really treating her like a pet? A strange feeling spread through Princess Longji's heart. She realized that she didn't resist too much. Of course, to a large extent, it was because there was no point in resisting. Jun Xiaoyao was too powerful. She could only be played around like a pet. What was the saying again? Since she couldn't resist, she might as well enjoy it. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any special intentions. He was simply comforting his steed, like petting a cat or a dog. Just then, Lei Mingyuan thought of something important and reported to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao did not appear to be angered after hearing what Yi Fuqian had to say. His expression remained cold and detached. Ants united are still ants. Since they want to die so badly, I, the Son of God, will grant them their wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding world suddenly darkened, and a cold, killing intent howled like a gale. In an instant, the sky changed color, This was the power of a Tao immortal. Chapter 450. Jun Xiaoyao had thought that the Archean royalty would not be so obedient in the immortal ancient world. However, he did not expect them to be so bold. Hunting down the Jun family's ancient freak was asking for death. Good, it's time to settle the score. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. That smile was very familiar. It was the smile of the devil. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He was going to lose his life, sensing the murderous intent between heaven and earth. Even Princess Longji couldn't help but shudder. Jun Xiaoyao was like a big boss coming out of seclusion. His aura was terrifying. Before Jun Xiaoyao went into seclusion, Princess Longji still had the desire to fight. At that moment, Princess Longji was truly helpless against Jun Xiaoyao. She felt like she was resigned to her fate. Compared to anyone else, Jun Xiaoyao was the last person he wanted to compare himself with. Longji, head to the ancient spiritual land, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Princess Longji gritted her teeth. However, in the end, she had no choice. Her body shook and light surged. She turned into a fairy dragon. Jun Xiaoyao stood on the fairy dragon's head and looked in the direction of the ancient spiritual land. His eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. It had begun. It was time to kill. Inside the ancient spiritual land, the Xiantian mountain range was also a treasure ground in the ancient spiritual land. Spiritual qi was dense. As far as the eye could see, the mountain range rose and fell like a dragon's spine. Jade grass was everywhere. Many geniuses were looking for opportunities in the mountain range. Just then, some geniuses sensed something and looked into the distance. Their gazes instantly froze. They saw a group of people coming from the sky. Each of them had a strong aura. They had the aura of a heavenly god. It's the forbidden first generation from Zulong. Didn't he lose to the Jun family's son of God? Why is his aura so terrifying? And the Phoenix child and Phoenix maiden from the Wanhuang spiritual mountain. It's the Qilin son of the ancient Qilin cave. Before this, I heard that he was defeated by the dual-pupiled Jun Lingsong. But now, it seems that he is still as unfathomable as ever. Why are all these Archean royalty geniuses together? Many sky prides were dumbfounded. They knew that something big was about to happen. At the same time, another team arrived from another direction of the mysterious Heaven mountain range. This team was even more terrifying. Its little witch god and heavenly I holy child. Immortal ancients, young kings, actually joined hands? And that black-robed man, his aura is too terrifying. Could he be the legendary ancient freak from the fallen god palace, the underworld prince? This group also attracted the attention of everyone. Why are they all gathered together? At this moment, in the void other than the two teams, there were some other powerful auras observing from the shadows. The one who spoke was a green-clothed man with a green-colored, long sword on his back. That is, Yi Nantian, an ancient freak from the Yi family of the ancients. Some sky prides were shocked when they saw the green-clothed man. This time, Yi Guqin, the reincarnation of the sword demon of the Yi family of ancients, did not enter the immortal ancient. But an ancient freak from the Yi family of the ancients had awakened. He was also confused about the current situation. On the other side, in the void, a green-clothed woman sat cross-legged on a lotus platform. Her entire body was shrouded in immortal light and Taoist rhymes. She had an otherworldly aura. Her face was shrouded in immortal light, and she wore a thin veil. Only a pair of crystal-clear eyes could be seen. This figure was Ji Qingyi from the Ji family. Her temperament was like a blooming green lotus, untainted by dust and aloof from the world. Beside her stood a young man. He had the appearance of a dragon and the aura of a phoenix. He was also in the heavenly god realm. That young man was an ancient freak from the Ji family who was in hibernation. His name was Ji Changkong. Interesting. These powerful existences have actually joined forces. Ji Changkong smiled faintly. Previously, I vaguely received news that two of the June family's ancient freaks have already fallen, Ji Qingyi said. TSK, what a pity. They were killed before they even appeared. This time, the June family must have been beaten silly. Ji Changkong shook his head. However, as long as Jun Xiaoyao is here, the fall of the Jun family's ancient freaks is not a big deal, Ji Qingyi said. Hearing this, Ji Changkong frowned slightly and said, Qingyi, is the Jun family's son of God really that powerful? As an ancient freak from the Ji family, Ji Changkong was naturally arrogant. He also did not believe that there would be such a heaven-defying existence among the current generation's geniuses. Even the ancient freaks were not his match. That's because you haven't seen it with your own eyes, Ji Qingyi muttered. She recalled the scene in the lower realm when Jun Xiaoyao created his own great Tao. Under no circumstances could she underestimate Jun Xiaoyao. Haha, I wonder if I'll have the chance to see it with my own eyes this time. Ji Changkong casually smiled, seemingly unconcerned. And in another direction, in the void, a petite girl wearing a short black skirt, Linglong, appeared. Her hair was tied up in two buns. Her eyebrows were thin. Her eyes were bright. Her nose was high, and her lips were bright red. Her chest was ordinary, and under her short skirt was a pair of slender, snow-white legs. They were very eye-catching, and there was a string of golden bells on her ankles that occasionally emitted crisp sounds. The young girl was as pure and cute as a porcelain doll, but within her cuteness there was also a trace of charm. This strange temperament caused her to become the center of attention. It's the celestial demon cult's Xiao Maxian. Seeing the black-dressed lowly, the eyes of the surrounding geniuses brightened. Xiao Maxian was a famous little demoness. The Jun family is really out of luck this time. But why hasn't little big brother Xiaoyao appeared yet? Xiao Maxian's large eyes darted around. The scene of her and Jun Xiaoyao talking about each other in the lower realm was still vivid in her mind. Xiao Maxian was also distressed. This time, should she watch as an outsider or should she join in? Let's wait and see first. Xiao Maxian did not act rashly. This time, the Jun family's opponent was not one force, but a group of forces. If she rashly joined in, she might drag herself into the abyss. In the end, the two groups of encirclement teams converged together. In the situation where the powerhouses of the immortal ancient races were unable to leave their ancestral lands, this team could be said to be the strongest force in the entire immortal ancient. It was enough to sweep through the entire immortal ancient. It seems that everyone is here. The underworld prince looked around and said, all the geniuses were a little shocked after feeling the pressure from the underworld prince. Even Long Outyen's eyes flashed. The underworld prince's aura made him feel an extreme threat. But now, they all had the same goal, so nothing bad would happen. It's about time. The location of the last ancient freak of the Jun family should be in the depths of the mysterious Heaven Mountain Range. Gu Chanzi said, Good, let's go directly. The underworld prince said coldly. He was a little impatient. Aren't we going to set up the array in advance? Someone asked, Is there a need? The underworld prince said indifferently. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. With so many geniuses gathered together, there were also the young kings of the immortal ancient and the ancient freaks. If they could not deal with an ancient freak of the Jun family who had just awakened, that would be a disgrace. Soon, the team went deep into the mysterious Heaven Mountain Range. A large group of geniuses from various forces followed behind, all of them watching the show. They were very curious. Could the last ancient freak of the Jun family still have a way out? Chapter 451. In the depths of the Xiantian mountain range, the spiritual qi was as vast as a dragon. A team stepped across the sky. The aura of each of them was enough to make one shudder. This should be the place. Gu Chanzi stopped and looked into the distance. There were 9 mountain ranges, and the spiritual qi was as dense as mist. This was a rare dragon's lair. Yes, this terrain is the Nine Dragons Pilgrimage. It is most suitable for nurturing ancient freaks. The last ancient freak of the June family must be here, Guchanzi said confidently. If that is the case, what are we waiting for? The underworld prince was the first to step forward. He made his move without hesitation. Terrifying underworld chi surged out and turned into a pitch-black seal. As the seal formed, there seemed to be the wailing of thousands of ghosts between heaven and earth. Limitless death seal. The underworld prince's seal smashed down like a curtain of night. The entire mysterious heaven mountain range trembled and rumbled. The mountain range broke, rocks rolled, and the earth collapsed. This fluctuation was extremely terrifying. It was as if the underworld king's palm could destroy the world. What a powerful technique! Whether it was the people in the team of Kingslayers or the geniuses of various forces watching from afar, they were all shocked. The prince of the underworld deity could easily kill any true god realm prodigy. Even those in the early stage of the heavenly god realm wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Rumble. The entire mountain range seemed to be about to be destroyed. The ground also cracked open, forming a 1,000-meter-long crack. However, there was an endless amount of golden light spreading out from the cracks. A golden array could be vaguely seen. It turned into a golden light shield that covered the ground. There is an array? The underworld prince raised his eyebrows slightly. However, the others were very excited. This array meant that the last ancient freak of the June family was indeed here. Break this array and kill the last ancient freak of the June family. Long Outyen's eyes shone brightly. That's right. Kill the ancient freak of the June family first, then the sequence of the June family. Finally, kill the son of God of the June family, Jun Xiaoyao. Huang Tinga also shouted coldly. All the forces that were hostile to the June family were in high spirits. The June family would be wiped out in the immortal ancient world. At this moment, an incomparably cold voice suddenly sounded from the distant sky. Who gave you the courage to say such ignorant words? In the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, who dares to destroy my June family? As he spoke, a group of figures arrived. At a glance, 7 transcendental figures were standing in a straight line in the sky. They were like 7 heavenly gods, bringing with them an oppressive aura that could shake one's soul. They were the remaining 7 sequences of the June family. The presence of the 7 sequences of the June family was enough to make the void boil. It's the sequences of the June family. In the distance, many of the spectating sky prides were excited. On one side were the geniuses of the Archean royalty, and on the other side were the 7 sequences of the June family. This scene was going to be interesting. Everyone looked at the sequence 7 of the June family with a look of horror in their eyes. There was no other reason other than the fact that the June family sequences were improving too quickly. The leader of the sequence 1, Jun Lingtsang, had a cultivation base of middle stage heavenly god. The sequence 2, Jun Wushuang, and the sequence 3, Jun Mulan, had both reached the early stage heavenly god stage. The remaining 4, Jun Wanjia, Jun Xiaohuang, Jun Xiu, and Jun Zhangjian, were all at the small completion or great completion of the true god stage. It could be said that the 7 sequences of the June family were extremely outstanding. The June family sequences are too strong. If they can get through this safely, their future will be limitless. Someone sighed. I don't think it's going to work. Although the sequences of the June family are here, they can't change the situation. Some of the sharper ones could see it. Among the 7 sequences of the June family, there were 3 heavenly gods. However, there were more heavenly gods in the Kingslayers team. Long Outyen, Feng Luofei, Huang Tinga, and Qilin's son were all heavenly gods, and there were middle stage heavenly gods among them. There were also the 3 young kings of the immortal ancient world, Ao Guang, Little Witch God, and the Heavenly Ice Saint, who were all late-stage heavenly gods. There was also the underworld prince, an ancient freak with terrifying strength, who was even more frightening. In addition, there were many geniuses of the far ancient royal families around. It was unrealistic for the Jun family sequences to fight against them. However, Jun Lingsang and the other sequences did not show the slightest bit of fear on their faces. There was only endless murderous intent and fighting spirit. Seeing the arrival of the Jun family sequences, Long Out Yin and the other geniuses of the Archean royalty were not too surprised. After all, they had already killed 2 of the ancient freaks of the Jun family, and the remaining one would be killed soon. The outcome was already decided. It was better to say that the arrival of the Jun family sequences was just the right time to wipe them all out. Qilin's son stepped out. He had a purple Qilin horn on his head and wore a purple Qilin armor. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes as he said, "Jun Lingsang, are you here to walk into a trap? A loser like you still dares to bark?" Jun Lingsang's face was indifferent. Hearing this, Qilin's son's face suddenly turned cold. He said in a cold voice, "I was just too lazy to use my full strength before. Jun Lingsang, since you want to die so much, we will fulfill your wish. How dare you? I will kill you with my sword." Jun Mulan raised her eyebrows, holding a heavy sword in her hand. The blood of the god of war in her body was boiling. "Are you looking down on us, the mortal ancient kings?" Ao Guang, the crown prince of the dragon human race, stepped out. His golden hair was loose, and his handsome face was like a god of light, making people have the urge to worship him. As he stepped out, the little witch god of the ancient witch race and the heavenly eye saint of the 3-eyed sacred race also stepped out. In an instant, the aura of the 3 young kings of the immortal ancient kingdoms surged. Those were 3 terrifying geniuses of the late heavenly god realm. Even the hot-tempered Jun Mulan could not help but change her expression as she felt a great pressure. At this moment, a soft voice was heard. "Ao Guang, when did you get involved in the battle of geniuses of the outside world?" As this voice sounded, a group of people arrived. The woman who spoke was wearing a 100-flower silk dress. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and her eyes were as clear as autumn waters. She was one of the 4 great races of the immortal ancient immortal race, the young king of the beauty race, Li Qiushui. Beside her stood Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, Jiang Chuhan, Jiang Zuling, and other geniuses of the Jiang family. That's the young king of the beauty race and the Jiang family's goddess. As expected, I knew that no matter how arrogant the Jun family is, they wouldn't be so stupid as to send a few people to their deaths. Whispers and discussions could be heard from all directions. TSK, I didn't expect the Jiang family to also come. However, even if they manage to win over the young king of the beauty race, they are still at a disadvantage. Xiao Maxian shook her head as she watched the battle from afar. "Humph, Li Qiushui, I advise you not to interfere. You should know that we have 3 people on our side," the heavenly eye saint said indifferently. He had casually killed one of the Jun family's echelon sequences before. It could be said that he had formed an irreconcilable grudge with the Jun family. They should be here soon. Jiang, Xingyi thought to himself. It was also at this moment that another figure appeared in the distant sky. That terrifying aura had also reached the late heavenly god realm. Since the Jun family is in trouble, how can my Jiang family not help? As this voice sounded, a youth with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes appeared. He held a divine seal in his hand. This was one of the ancient freaks of the Jiang family that had awakened. Jiang Tianyan. Chapter 452. As a clan of the ancients, the Jiang family naturally had some ancient freaks in hibernation. Although they didn't have as many as the 3 from the Jun family, one of them was still hibernating in the ancient spiritual land. It's him, Jiang Tianyan with the divine king body, Ji Changkong the ancient freak from the Ji family, said in surprise. "You know him?" Ji Qingyi asked. "That's right. Although I'm not from the same era as him, I've heard of his name before. He has the divine king body and descended with a divine seal. I didn't expect him to wake up, Ji Changkong said. Oh, only one ancient freak. Ao Guang and the others' expressions changed slightly, but not much. Compared to the Kingslayer team, having one more ancient freak wasn't a big deal. At this moment, another sigh could be heard from the other side of the sky. Ah, you could have messed with anyone, but you had to mess with the Jun family. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures appeared. They were Wang Chuan, Yu, Yan Qingying, and the 9-headed lion. It's Wang Chuan, the saint of the reincarnation demon sect. Although he was enslaved by the son of God of the Jun family, he's still a terrifying ancient freak. And Yu, although he's a follower of the son of God of the Jun family, it's rumored that he might be a descendant of a monarch clan from another mystic realm. Yan Qingying is also very powerful. She has the god-swallowing, demonic technique. Even the Lady Buddha of the Little Western Paradise and the saintess of the sacred sect were devoured by her. The 9-headed lion is also a top far ancient royal, but he's been loyal to the son of God of the Jun family since then. With the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao and his followers, the crowd was in an uproar again, because these geniuses suddenly realized even Jun Xiaoyao's followers had become so powerful. The addition of Wang Chuan, Yu, and the others made many geniuses from the Kingslayer team change their expressions. But that wasn't all. Another group of figures appeared in the sky in the distance. The one leading the group was a gorgeous woman in a silk dress. She wore a cold expression. It was the eldest princess of the Panwu Jin dynasty, Wu Mingyue. People from the Panwu Jin dynasty have also come? Many people were astonished. They didn't expect that the Panwu Jin dynasty, who had conflicts with the Jun family, would help them. Of course, many people also thought that it was probably because of the eldest princess, Wu Mingyue. Otherwise, the Panwu Jin dynasty would never help the Jun family. On the other side, another group of people arrived. The woman in the lead was the Holy Virgin of the Holy Spirit College, Hua Shiqing. Holy Spirit College is here too. This time, all sides were shaken. Another top-level academy arrived. Jun Xiaoyao is the holy son of our Holy Spirit College. We can't turn a blind eye to this, Hua Shiqing said indifferently. The rest, including Su Ziqiang from the Purple Mansion, Sacred Ground, and other forces affiliated with the Jun family, also arrived. This time, the expressions of many geniuses in the Lord Slayer's team changed completely. They originally thought that it was a group of forces ganging up on the Jun family, but now it had turned into a group fight. Even Long Outyen's expression changed when he saw so many forces and geniuses arrive. But when he thought of the strength of this side, Long Outyen was still calm. Haha, the Jun family is quite impressive. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Countless crows appeared in the sky and turned into a demonic man in a black feather robe. Beside him stood a woman with a perfect face. These two were the ancient freak Wu Shua from the Demon God Palace and Yen Ramen. That must be the ancient freak from the Demon God Palace. Crow of Calamity Wu Shua. But judging from his attitude, he should be on the Archean royalty's side. Is Jun Xiaoyao not here yet? Today, I, Wu Shua, will make him kneel before me and beg for forgiveness, Wu Shua said with a voice as sharp as a crow's. Jun Xuahuang, Jun Zhangjian, and the others shouted angrily, How dare you? You don't even deserve to clean my young master's shoes. In their hearts, even the ancient freak was not as good as Jun Xiaoyao. Haha, it doesn't matter. I'll kill you first, then Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Shua said with a sinister look. Yan Rameng, who was standing at the side, felt a little uneasy. Just when the whole atmosphere was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, a voice rang out. Another figure stepped forward. It was a young man who was tall, handsome, and had the bearing of a dragon and the appearance of a phoenix. His skin was like jade, and there was a divine glow in it. He looked like he was protected by the heavenly Tao, for auspicious spirits surrounded him. A true dragon soared into the sky, a phoenix cried, a Qilin stepped on the sea, and a black tortoise carried a mountain. His entire body was enveloped in light, as if the heavenly emperor had descended. It was Wang Tung, the young master of the Wang family. The young master of the Wang family is here too. Seems like he's targeting the Jun family as well. Jiang Xingyi saw Wang Tung arrive. Her beautiful eyes were filled with extreme coldness. You had a part in this plan too, Jiang Xingyi said coldly. Jiang Xingyi, I'll let you know who's better between Jun Xiaoyao and me, Wang Tung said with a faint smile. In his plan, he would kill all the ancient freaks of the Jun family and the sequence of the Jun family. Then he would kill Jun Xiaoyao. I'll break this array. You guys deal with those people, the prince of the underworld said. He was a straightforward person and didn't want to waste time. He immediately attacked the array under the ground again. How dare you! Jun Lingsong and the other echelon cultivators also made their moves. You want to save the last ancient freak of the Jun family? Impossible. Long Aotian, Ao Luan, Long Bichi, Qilin, Feng Luofei, Huang Tinga, and the others also attacked. Let's go. Jiang Xingyi and the other members of the Jiang family attacked. Jiang Xingyi, you'd better stay out of this. Wang Tung smiled faintly and attacked. That's right. The rest of you, stay out of this. The sacred son of the sacred sect also attacked. On the other side, Wang Chuan, Yu, and the ancient freak of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianyan with the divine imprint king body, also attacked. But they were stopped by Ao Guang, little sorcerer god, heavenly eye saint, and Wu Shua. The outcome has been decided. You can't change anything, Ao Guang said coldly. Hua Shiqing of the Holy Spirit College, Wu Mingyue of the Panwu Jin dynasty, and Su Ziqiong of the Purple Mansion, Sacred Ground, also attacked. They were greeted by the prides of the far ancient royal families and Gu Chanzi of the celestial Cicada clan. A chaotic battle had broken out. The horror of this battle was indescribable. The entire Xiantian mountain range rumbled. On one side were forces such as Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, Fallen God Palace, Wang Family of the North, the three immortal ancient races, the Sacred Sect, and the Celestial Cicada Clan. On the other side were forces such as the Jun Family, Jiang Family, Holy Spirit College, Panwu Jin Dynasty, Beauty Tribe, and the Purple Mansion, Sacred Ground. It could be said that a battle of this level was unheard of and unseen. Almost 80% of the forces in the immortal ancient world were involved. Only a few forces such as the demonic celestial sect, G family, and E family watched from afar. Chapter 453. No one had expected that there would be such a large-scale battle between geniuses in the immortal ancient world. The source of the battle between geniuses was the Archean royalty and other forces that were targeting the Jun family. Kaboom! Lights of all colors were rumbling, and the world was shaking. The waves that erupted from such a chaotic battle were indescribable, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Many geniuses found their own opponents and began to fight. Jun Lingsong, I was just too lazy to use my trump card to fight you before. Now let's try again. The Qilin sun stepped forward and pushed out his palm. Along with the purple aura, many Qilin phantoms appeared. As he blasted out, the sky was crushed. A loser is a loser. Today you will die. Jun Lingsong's tone was indifferent. The Archean royalty's actions had crossed the line. In that case, there was nothing more to say. The only thing left was to fight to the death. The rest of the Jun family sequence also clashed with Long Outyen, Feng Tiange, Feng Luofei, and other top geniuses of the Archean royalty. On the other side, Jiang Xingyi raised her hand and activated the power of her innate fetus. It turned into endless runes that spread under her feet. Jiang Xingyi was usually as quiet as a virgin, as otherworldly as a fairy from the Moon Palace. But now she was attacking in anger. Her hair was fluttering, and she also burst out with a terrifying aura. After comprehending the ancestral stone tablet in the ancestral land of the Beauty Clan and many other opportunities, Jiang Xingyi's cultivation had reached the celestial god realm. She attacked Wang Tung with a palm full of anger. Jiang Xingyi, you may have the innate Taoist embryo, but you're no match for me. Wang Tung smiled and struck out with his hand. Mana surged out. As the young emperor of the Wang family, he was born with great fortune. He had never been defeated since he was born. His father even said that he had the bearing of a great emperor. Therefore, Wang Tung also had an invincible mind. He did not think that he would lose. However, Jiang Xingyi had an innate fetus after all. It would take a long time to suppress Jiang Xingyi. On the other side, Jiang Luoli and Jiang Chuhan went up against the Saint Sun, and the three of them started fighting. The ancient freak of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianyan with the divine imprinting body, was stopped by Ao Guang, little sorcerer god, Heavenly I Holy Sun, and Wu Shuo. Jiang Tianyan, it's impossible for you to help the Jun family, Wu Shuo said. His voice was as sharp and hoarse as a crow's. He and Jiang Tianyan were both ancient freaks, so they could completely block it. You all want to die. Jiang Tianyan held a divine seal in his hand. His aura was extremely powerful, as if a divine king had descended to the world. However, although he was an ancient freak in the late-stage heavenly god realm, the four people he was facing were also late-stage heavenly gods. It was indeed a little difficult to fight one against four. However, at this moment, Wang Chuan and Yu stepped forward bravely. Since you dared to provoke my master, you should be prepared to die. Yu's eyes were cold and his entire body was burning with the grand sun primordial fire. Wang Chuan didn't say anything, but the phantom of a wheel filled with the power of reincarnation appeared behind her. The young ruler of the beauty tribe, Li Qiushui, also stepped forward. It was 4 against 4. Then let's try. Wu Shuo attacked first. As he raised his hand, countless pitch-black arrows shot out. They were enough to turn a mountain into a sieve. Jiang Tianyan also attacked. The divine seal in his hand vibrated, and rings of light spread out and collided with the arrows. Yu pulled back the starfall bow of destruction. 9 stars in a row burst out. Wang Chuan also activated the power of the reincarnation, sacred body. A reincarnation palm blasted out, as if it wanted to pull people into endless reincarnation. Li Qiushui of the beauty tribe also attacked at the same time. Ao Guang, little sorcerer god, and Heavenly I Holy Sun also attacked. A total of 8 terrifying Empyrean god realm geniuses collided. It was like a galaxy had exploded and magic power rippled out in all directions. As for the remaining forces, Wu Mingyue of the Jin dynasty, Hua Shiqing of the Holy Spirit College, and the other geniuses of the ancient royal families were also tangled up in a melee. As Xiao Maxian saw this from the periphery, her large eyes also flickered. Then, as if she had made up her mind, Xiao Maxian also joined in the battle. The celestial demon cult Xiao Maxian is actually helping the Jun family? Some geniuses were puzzled. The celestial demon cult didn't seem to have any relationship with the Jun family, right? Some people thought that this was Xiao Maxian's own idea. Little big brother Xiaoyao, I'm betting on you. Xiao Maxian thought to herself. She didn't help because she was kind, but because she wanted to befriend Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had walked down his own great Tao. If he didn't die in the future, he would definitely become an unrivaled powerhouse. She actually helped. On the other side, Ji Qing Yi was also watching the battle. Her eyes flashed with surprise. The human immortal cult and the celestial demon cult were enemies. As the saintess of the human immortal cult, she naturally paid close attention to Xiao Maxian's movements. However, after thinking about it, Ji Qing Yi decided not to help. The entire scene was extremely chaotic. At the same time, the underworld prince was trying to think of a way to break through the array formation beneath the ground. Your turtle shell is quite hard. The underworld prince's eyes burned with the dark flames of hell. He suddenly raised his hand, and a terrifying dark energy erupted. Finally, an iron claw burning with dark flames appeared in his hand, emitting a tyrannical fluctuation. This was the underworld prince's life supreme weapon, the underworld king's claw. That's a supreme weapon. Many geniuses' eyes trembled as they saw this. As expected of an ancient freak, he took out a supreme weapon, so easily. That was a weapon that even a supreme would be moved by. The underworld prince held the underworld king's claw and slashed down. The purplish-black claw seemed to tear through the void as it crashed down. With a loud bang, the protective formation exploded into countless specks of light. Die. The underworld prince didn't even look at it. He activated his strongest ability with the underworld king's claw. Heavenly demons, 18 claws. The underworld prince blasted out 18 claw lights in an instant. They stacked on top of each other and blasted into the depths of the ground. Even an ancient freak would be severely injured or even killed by such a powerful move if he wasn't prepared. How dare you! Seeing this, the June family's echelon and the others were all furious. That was the last ancient freak of their June family. How could they let him die just like that? June Lingsong pulled off the black cloth covering his eyes. In an instant, the light from his polychoria split the heavens and the earth. Terrifying black light splashed out, almost burning down the sky. June Lingsong could now truly activate the terrifying power of the polychoria. Even the Qilin sun was caught off guard and was forced back, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. June Lingsong took a step forward and was about to go and help. At the same time, Long Outyin saw this, and a cold light flashed in his golden dragon eyes. Naturally, he couldn't let June Lingsong come to the rescue. Divine Void Mark. Long Outyin used the ancient Void Dragon clan's inherited divine ability. As he waved his hand, dragon patterns flashed in the void, drawing a terrifying mark that seemed to be able to cut open the sky. June Wushuang, who was fighting against him, was immediately hit and coughed out blood. Although they were both in the heavenly god realm, June Wushuang's strength was still far from Long Outyin's. How did he become so strong? On the other side, June Mulan, who was fighting with Feng Luofei, saw this scene and secretly gritted her teeth. Previously at the immortal ancient Dao Lake, Long Outyin was like a clown in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. He couldn't resist at all. Now that Jun Xiaoyao was no longer around, he began to show off. June Lingsong, you want to save the last ancient freak of the Jun family? You must be dreaming. Long Outyin made his move and blocked June Lingsong once again. At this time, the Prince of the Underworld also used his ultimate skill. One terrifying divine ability after another poured down in torrents. The whole ground was bombarded to the point that it was about to collapse. Seeing the scene, many of the geniuses who were watching from the outside swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Prince of the Underworld's methods were really ruthless. After these powerful attacks landed, there would be nothing left of the ancient freak of the June family. It's over. The final result is that I am the winner. The Prince of the Underworld stopped with a faint smile on his face. He had once fought with the June family for the position of Sequence 0, and in the end he won. However, just as the corner of the Prince of the Underworld's mouth curled up into a smile, a lazy voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the ground. Prince of the Underworld, your methods are still as low level as before. Chapter 454. This voice seemed to carry a hint of laziness. However, all the Sky Prides realized that the temperature around them had dropped to the freezing point. It was an extreme killing intent and coldness that had infected the surroundings, causing changes. This aura, Dao God stage. Many Sky Prides were shocked. The Dao God stage allowed one to have a deeper understanding of the Dao patterns. Every action and emotion could cause changes in the environment. After hearing the voice, The underworld prince's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with coldness. Rumble. It was as if there were dragons moving under the ground. Then, with a violent rumble, a divine weapon suddenly rose from the ground. It was an umbrella, an incomparably huge umbrella. The surface of the umbrella was covered with countless Tao patterns. As it spun, it emitted rays of light. This umbrella was also a supreme artifact. No wonder. Many sky prides were enlightened. Logically speaking, no one should have been able to survive the underworld prince's powerful attacks. However, this supreme artifact umbrella had turned into a defensive weapon and blocked most of the power of the underworld prince's attack. That's the heavenly secret umbrella. Could it be that the one slumbering here is that person? In the distance, the ancient freak of the Ji clan, Ji Changkong, who was watching the battle, had a shocked expression suddenly surge onto his face. Who? Ji Qingyi was surprised. As an ancient freak of the Ji family, Ji Changkong had lost his composure. On the other side, the ancient freak of the Yi family, Yunantian, was also shocked. That's right, the heavenly secret umbrella. It really is him, although Yunantian was not from the same era as that person. He had heard of the legend of the heavenly secret umbrella. Damn it, that person from the Jun family has not been killed by the underworld prince. Wu Shua, the ancient freak of the demon god palace, was also shocked. The ancient freaks, who knew a little about this, were also shocked. As for the other sky prides, they were also shocked. In the past, the birth of some ancient freaks had not caused such a shock. What was the background of this ancient freak who was sleeping in the Jun family? As for Jun Lingsang and the other sequence alchemists, they were slightly relieved. At least the ancient freak of the Jun family was still alive. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance. "You're pretty tough," said the underworld prince coldly. A figure slowly stepped out from the depths of the ground. The young man had a head full of black hair, mixed with a few strands of white hair. He wore a loose white robe with a wine gourd at his waist. His appearance was also peerlessly handsome. His facial features were like jade, and he was almost at the level of Jun Xiaoyao. In his era, he could also make countless women fall for him. The handsome man slowly raised his hand, and the Tianji umbrella instantly shrunk and landed in his hand. He held the Tianji umbrella in his hand and had a wine gourd hanging from his waist. He looked relaxed and lazy. However, none of the ancient freaks present dared to underestimate this existence. The aura of the Tao divinity stage. Who exactly is he from the Jun family? Ji Qingyi's eyes rippled. Lying drunk on the battlefield. Lord Grimm. Ji Changkong's tone was incomparably solemn. Following the birth of Lord Grimm, the crowd went into an uproar. When some of the geniuses found out about Lord Grimm's background, their eyes widened in shock. The former sequence 0 of the Jun family, he had the strongest Ran Huang physique. Yet another terrifying monster. Now, some of the onlooking geniuses finally understood why the Archean royalty and other forces wanted to destroy the younger generation of the Jun family. It was because this was 2F*King terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao alone was enough to make all the geniuses of the Huangtian mystic realm suffocate. If Lord Grimm and other ancient freaks were added to the mix, then how could anyone else walk on the Emperor Road? The Jun family might as well just take over the entire Emperor Road. The former sequence 0 of the Jun family, Jun Wushuang, Jun Mulan, and other sequences were also excited. This is the Tao divinity stage. Even Xiaoyao hasn't reached this level yet. Jun Mulan thought to herself. Lord Grimm, a legend, has awakened. Jiang Tianyan, who was fighting with Ao Guang and the others, murmured to himself. With the birth of Lord Grimm, the entire situation seemed to have changed. Lord Grimm raised his eyelids and looked at the prince of the underworld. He said calmly, "Prince of the underworld, in our era, you are an opponent that I am somewhat interested in." But now it seems that your methods are not worthy of your status. Humph, the winner takes all. Lord Grimm, you can't be that naive, can you? The Prince of the Underworld said coldly. Lord Grimm didn't say anything. If he was that naive, he wouldn't have been qualified to rule an era. Lord Grimm, don't think that I don't know that your aura has yet to merge with the world. It is at its weakest. Coupled with the attack just now, you must have been injured. Trying to fool me is a bit ridiculous. The Prince of the Underworld saw through Lord Grimm's condition. So what? Killing you is not a problem. Lord Grimm raised his hand as soon as he finished speaking. The surface of the Tianji umbrella suddenly closed and turned into the shape of a sharp awl. The Tianji umbrella turned into a spear-shaped weapon, the Tianji spear. Lord Grimm, lying drunk on the battlefield, how many geniuses have returned? Prince of the Underworld, I will take your life today. Lord Grimm held the Tianji spear and took a big gulp of wine from the gourd at his waist. The aura of the Tao God realm exploded and swept across the sky. Countless Tao patterns swept out like a tidal wave. You are the one who should die. The Prince of the Underworld also activated his Underworld King bloodline. His aura rose rapidly and finally he exuded the aura of a Tao God. 2 Tao gods! The geniuses were shocked. They had never seen such a great battle before. The 2 geniuses were engaged in a chaotic battle. However, everyone could see that the Prince of the Underworld was born. The Prince of the Underworld's aura had merged with the world and was extremely harmonious. He could also unleash his full strength. As for Lord Grimm, he had just broken through, and his strength was at a low level. In addition, he had taken the Prince of the Underworld's attack head-on. It was impossible to say that he was not injured at all. Therefore, the Jun family was still in a disadvantageous situation. We have to end this battle quickly. We can't drag it out. Long Outyen's eyes flashed coldly when he saw this. If Lord Grimm was not taken care of, he would be a huge threat. Thinking of this, Long Outyen looked at Jun Wushuang. His feet suddenly flashed, and as if he was shuttling through the void. His speed was extremely fast. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Jun Wushuang. What? Even Jun Wushuang was stunned for a moment and was very surprised. Long Outyen's speed was just too fast. Little did they know that Long Outyen had cultivated half a scroll of the space book and had a basic grasp of the power of space. Great Void Dragon Fist. Long Outyen threw out a punch, accompanied by the shadow of the ancient Void Dragon. The entire space shook as if it could shatter the sky. Uft! Jun Wushuang spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. His entire body crashed into the ground and he was severely injured. Then he continued to charge towards Jun Mulan and the others. Let's take care of these sequences first. Then we will form the 4 spirits heaven punishment array and trap Lord Grimm. Chapter 455. Long Outyen was determined to kill Lord Grimm. If Lord Grimm didn't die and joined forces with Jun Xiaoyao, Long Outyen would have no chance to rise. That was why he had to kill Lord Grimm first. Then Jun Xiaoyao and completely eradicate the combat power of the Jun family's younger generation. When the Emperor Road opened, it would be the stage for Long Outyen to shine. On the other hand, Wang Teng was thinking the same thing. He stopped fighting Jiang Xingyi. His body shook, and the shadows of the 4 spirits appeared around him. The true dragon extended its claws. The divine phoenix spread its wings. The Qilin stepped on the air, and the black tortoise suppressed the sky. A cold glint flashed across Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes as she felt the terrifying pressure. Her innate embryo of Taoism was powerful, but Wang Teng's methods were not that simple. The shadows of the 4 spirits immediately stalled Jiang Xingyi. Wang Teng also freed himself to deal with the remaining sequences of the Jun family. Wang Teng and Long Outyen were both protagonists of the world with great luck. If the 2 of them joined forces, even the sequences of the Jun family would not be able to resist. How dare you? Jun Lingsong's polychoria eyes shone brightly. However, he was once again held back by the Qilin child. Jun Lingsong, your opponent is me. The Qilin child shook, and purple qi surrounded him. He had also activated his noble Qilin bloodline. At the same time, he performed the Qilin's great magic to hold back Jun Lingsong. As for the others, they all had their own opponents. In addition, the number of people on the Jun family side was already fewer than the Archean royalty and other enemy forces. Jiang Tianyan, Wang Chuan, and other ancient freaks were also held back by Ao Guang, Little Sorcerer God, Heavenly Eye Saint, and other young kings of the immortal ancient era. Therefore, no one could free themselves to help the sequences of the Jun family. Wang Teng and Long Outyin temporarily joined forces. Under their attacks, Jun Mulan, Jun Wanjie, and the others could not resist at all. Jun Wushuang was also severely injured by Long Outyin before. Under the bombardment, several sequences of the Jun family were sent flying while vomiting blood. It was not that the sequences of the Jun family were weak, but that Wang Teng and Long Outyin were both giants of the world. If the two of them joined forces, they could even fight against an ancient freak, let alone a current sequence. You bastards! When Xiaoyao gets here, you'll be in for it. Jun Mulan was heavily injured and coughed up blood. She held the heavy sword in her hand and supported her body so that she didn't fall. She angrily rebuked. Long Outyin was as pathetic as a dog in front of Jun Xiaoyao, but now he was showing off. You. Long Outyin's eyes were cold. Forget it. It's more important to kill Lord Grimm first. Once he's dead, the outcome will be decided, Wang Teng said. Long Outyin nodded slightly. If he wanted to completely kill Jun Mulan and the others, it would take some time. What he couldn't afford to waste now was time. Soon, Long Outyin was free to join Wang Teng, Feng Tinga, and Feng Luofei in forming the Four Spirits Heaven Punishment Formation. At the sight of this, many sky prides from the outside world shook their heads. If the four of them joined the battle, then Lord Grimm would truly be in danger. Why hasn't the Jun family's son of God shown himself yet? It'll be too late by the time he gets here. The Jun family's son of God might be cultivating in seclusion somewhere. But to be honest, even if the Jun family's son of God comes, what can he do? No matter how strong he is, he can only break through to the celestial God stage at most. It'll be difficult for him to deal with Wang Teng, Long Outyin, and the others. Some people were discussing. While Long Outyin had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao, it was apparent that he had undergone a metamorphosis, and his powers were no longer what they used to be. Wang Teng had never been defeated in the Immortal Ancient and had cultivated all the way to the Celestial God stage. Many people thought that Wang Teng alone was enough to fight Jun Xiaoyao. So even if Jun Xiaoyao came, he might not be able to deal with Wang Teng, Long Outyin, and the others. While everyone was thinking about this, Wang Teng, Long Outyin, Feng Tinga, and Feng Luofei had formed the Four Spirits Heaven Punishment Formation and began to join the battle. On the other side, Prince Mingxin and Lord Grimm had been fighting fiercely. They were old rivals and lived in the same era. Prince Mingxin had the bloodline of the Nether King, while Lord Grimm had the supreme human emperor physique, which ranked in the top 30 among the 3,000 physiques. Although Lord Grimm's strength had not recovered to its peak and he had suffered some injuries before, he was still strong. However, he was still able to fight the prince of the underworld with ease. This Lord Grimm is indeed difficult to deal with. Prince Mingxin's face was gloomy. He thought that he could get rid of Lord Grimm quickly, but who would have thought that he could not kill him directly? At this time, Wang Teng and the others formed the formation and attacked. Seeing this scene, Prince Mingxin's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Just as he said, the one who lived to the end would be the winner. It did not matter what method he used to win. As long as Lord Grimm was dead, all the problems would be solved. Kill. Long Outyin, Wang Teng, and the others activated the formation. The spirits of the four divine beasts roared and suppressed Lord Grim. Lord Grim's black hair, mixed with white hair, danced in the wind. He held the Tianji spear, transformed from the Tianji umbrella, and thrust it out. Dao patterns spread. Even though Wang Teng, Long Out Yin, and the others resisted with the formation, their bodies trembled as they felt an extremely strong force. Is this the power of a Dao god? Long Out Yin, Wang Teng, and the others looked serious, but they were all the chosen ones and had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. Besides, the four of them formed the formation together, so they could withstand it. Prince Ming Xin also attacked at the same time. He was a Dao god powerhouse in his peak state. Limitless Death Seal. Heavenly Ghosts, 18 claws. Prince Ming Xin used the Limitless Death Seal with one hand and the Hades Claw with the other to activate the Heavenly Ghost's 18 claws. Terrifying power poured out. Wang Teng, Long Out Yin, and the others joined attack formation. Even a Dao god powerhouse in his peak state might not be able to withstand the fluctuation. Not to mention that Lord Grim had not recovered his strength and was suffering from internal injuries. However, there wasn't a trace of fear on Lord Grim's face. As the sequence 0 of the previous generation of the June family, Lord Grim was still calm even in such a desperate situation. His body shook as a golden aura soared into the sky. Then, it gathered above his head to form a dazzling golden canopy. That's the Run Huang physique's vision of heaven and earth, the Emperor's canopy. Seeing this scene, some of the geniuses who knew a little about the Run Huang physique could not help but exclaim. As one of the top 30 terrifying physiques among the 3,000 physiques, the Ren Huang physique naturally had its own vision of heaven and earth. It was the Emperor's canopy. Lord Grim, who was protected by the Emperor's canopy, held the Tianji spear in his hand and looked like an emperor war god. Endless spear technique. Lord Grim's spear swept across the sky, exuding a terrifying aura that could kill all things. Boom! It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded, and violent mana ripples spread out in all directions. In such an extreme collision, both sides were forced to retreat. Lord Grim felt a fishy taste in his throat, but he swallowed it down. No matter how strong Lord Grim was, he was still a human, not a god. To be able to fight to such an extent in such a desperate situation was already extremely unexpected. As expected of the former sequence 0 of the June family, even though he's at his lowest state and is injured, he can still fight against the Prince of Ming, Wang Teng, Long Out Yin, and the other top geniuses by himself. His strength is simply amazing. Many of the onlooking geniuses could not help but exclaim. This was like a second June Xiaoyao. Humph, it's over. Long Out Yin snorted coldly and once again activated the array to the extreme with Wang Teng and the others, suppressing them. The Prince of Ming also used his ultimate move, and the Claw of Hell came crashing down. Lord Grim held the Tianji spear in his hand and laughed wantonly. What's the use of killing me? Today, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Lord Grim drank a mouthful of wine, ready to fight to the death. This is not good. Jun Lingsong saw this scene and frowned. The death of Jun Haoyang and the others was already a great loss. If even the former sequence 0 of the Jun family died, it would be like cutting off a piece of meat for the Jun family. Not only that, but it would also have a great impact on their reputation. Outsiders would say that the Jun family could not even protect their own ancient freak. It might even affect the power structure in the future. At the same time, in the outside world, beside the immortal ancient mirror, many of the Jun family's elders were also tense. They seemed indifferent, but their hearts were in their mouths. If a person with a Run Huang physique died, even the Jun family would feel extremely pained. Xiaoyao. Jun Zhantian clenched his fists. It could be said that at this moment, regardless of the countless forces outside the immortal ancient mirror, or the various forces inside the immortal ancient mirror, all of their gazes were fixed on Lord Grim. If Lord Grimm survived, the June family would be safe. If Lord Grimm died, the June family would suffer great losses in all aspects. Just as everyone was holding their breaths, and at this critical moment, in the distant sky, a dragon's roar sounded, accompanied by celestial light. At the same time, an indifferent and cold voice sounded like the voice of a god. A bunch of ants dare to overturn the sky. Do you really think that the June family has no one? Chapter 456. The voice was incomparably cold and calm, and it was not very loud. But strangely, it resounded in everyone's ears. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned at first, and then their minds immediately exploded. This was especially true for those who had heard the voice before. Their gazes suddenly turned towards the source of the voice, and their expressions were filled with unprecedented shock. He's here! That man, he's here! In the distant sky, a slender fairy dragon with the majestic aura of the dragon clan was riding on the clouds. On the dragon's head, a slender young figure stood against the wind. His long hair fluttered in the breeze. His handsome face carried a godlike indifference and coldness. It was as if he was looking down at the ants from the heavens. He stood with his hands behind his back, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The celestial light around him surged, as if he was the son of the immortal emperor, the descendant of the gods. He quietly rode the dragon with the wind, but he seemed to give people the feeling that he was an immortal god descending to the world. It's the son of God of the June family. He's here. How is it possible? I can't accurately sense the cultivation aura of the son of God of the June family. Oh my God, why do I feel like an immortal has arrived? With the appearance of Jun Xiaorao, the whole place was in an uproar. If there was something missing in this battle that concerned the Jun family, of course it was the core and soul of the Jun family, the son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. Many people thought that Jun Xiaoyao might not come, but now he was here. Jun Xiaoyao's arrival was no doubt like a bomb exploding, causing an uproar everywhere. Many people who were familiar with him were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Xiaoyao, seeing that familiar handsome figure, Jiang Xingyi's eyes trembled. She realized that she missed someone so much. Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli's eyes were also filled with deep longing. There were also Yan Qingying, Wu Mingyue, Su Ziqiong, Hua Xiqing, and Bai Mei'er. These women who had some sort of relationship with Jun Xiaoyao in the past were all in a daze. In addition, even Ji Qingyi, Xiao Maxian, and Yan Ramen, who weren't too close to Jun Xiaoyao, were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. His aura, why does it feel like? Ji Qingyi's clear eyes were filled with confusion. Is he the son of God of the Jun family? Ji Chongkong frowned. Previously, when Ji Qingyi had told him about it, he had not taken it seriously. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, his temperament and aura were indeed something. Am I seeing things? The son of God of the Jun family is stepping on Princess Longji? *CK, that's amazing. He's really treating Princess Longji as his mount. Many sky prides were stunned when they saw the fairy dragon, unable to believe their eyes. Jun Xiao Yao. If there was anyone present who hated Jun Xiaoyao the most, it would naturally belong Outyin. His golden dragon eyes were filled with extreme hatred and coldness, especially when he saw that Princess Longji had really become Jun Xiaoyao's mount. Long Outyin was so angry that he felt as if his organs were burning. The woman that he wanted to marry as his wife ended up being Jun Xiaoyao's mount instead. *CK. This was a blatant humiliation and a slap in the face. Long Outyin wasn't the only one who wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Wang Tang was the same. It would have been better if you didn't appear. But since you've taken the initiative to appear, don't blame me. Wang Tang's eyes were extremely cold. Not only had Jun Xiaoyao stopped his marriage with Jiang Xingyi, but he had also destroyed one of his spiritual bodies. If he didn't defeat Jun Xiaoyao with his own hands, where would his dignity be? On the other side, Jun Mulan and the other sequence echelon cultivators were pleasantly surprised. They knew that since Jun Xiaoyao had come out of seclusion, his strength must have improved greatly. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's aura was unfathomable. No one could determine his exact level. At this moment, a crow-like voice rang out. "You're Jun Xiaoyao. How dare you provoke the people of the Demon God Palace? Kneel down and apologize." The person who spoke was the ancient freak of the Demon God Palace, the descendant of the supreme being of the demon Tao, Wu Shuo. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned to Wu Shuo indifferently. Late-stage, celestial god cultivation was indeed extraordinary. If Jun Xiaoyao hadn't gone into seclusion, he might have had to put in a lot of effort to deal with this. But now, haha, what, are you so scared that you don't dare to speak? Wu Shuo's lips curled into a cold smile. On the other side, Yan Rumeng, who did not participate in the battle, suddenly felt a strong sense of foreboding when she looked at Jun Xiaoyao, whose aura was unfathomable. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say a word. He simply stretched out his palm. Countless Tao inscriptions intertwined in the void, forming a giant palm of magic power that blotted out the sky. As the palm stretched out, Jun Xiaoyao's true level of cultivation also completely erupted. Countless Tao inscriptions surrounded him. All kinds of mysterious runes flickered in the void. This aura, it's the same as Lord Grimm and Prince Mingxin. Am I mistaken? The Tao God realm? The son of God of the Jun family is in the Tao God realm. Countless people in all directions were stunned and petrified when Wu Shuo sensed the power of the Tao God's palm strike. The sneer on his face changed drastically. Tao God realm? How is this possible? Wu Shuo shrieked. At the same time, he transformed into his true form. A giant crow with dark red eyes and pitch-black feathers appeared. It was the Crow of Calamity. He activated the Crow of Calamity's innate superpower. A terrifying demonic sound turned into a destructive sound wave that spread out. However, Jun Xiaoyao's palm of magic power pressed down, obliterating all the sound waves. Even the Crow of Calamity was crushed in his hand. He extended his hand into the air and clenched it all of a sudden. The giant palm of magic power formed by Tao inscriptions also suddenly closed. Crack! Blood spurted out, bones shattered, and feathers flew everywhere. Wu Shuo's body and primordial spirit were completely crushed. The ancient freak of the Demon God Palace, Wu Shuo, had fallen. Dead silence. An unprecedented dead silence. A dead silence that felt like the end of the world. Everyone present felt as if their souls had been sucked out. It was as if they were only left with a shell. What did they see? A powerful ancient freak in the late-stage heavenly god realm was crushed to death by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao didn't even bother to say a word to Wu Shuo from the very beginning. My brother Jun is a man of few words, crushing an ancient freak to death with a single palm. Tell me I'm dreaming. I also feel like I'm dreaming. How is this possible? All the spectating prodigies felt as if they were in a dream. This was an ancient freak with a powerful bloodline and a lofty status. Yet he was so easily killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Yan Rumeng was stupefied. Her flawless face lost all its color. She had imagined all kinds of scenarios, but she didn't expect this to happen. Jun Xiaoyao killed an ancient freak, like stepping on ants. I want to kill you. I want to destroy you. I want to humiliate you. All of you. Are you ready to bear the wrath of this son of God? Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his expression cold. Like a god, he controlled life and death. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. =. Chapter 457. At this moment, all the enemies of the Jun family had unprecedented fear on their faces. Jun Xiaoyao's move shocked everyone. His cultivation of the Tao God realm was even more unbelievable. Jun Xiaoyao was a genius of the current era, not some ancient freak. Even at 16 years old, he was considered young among the current generation of geniuses. A 16-year-old Tao Godrealm powerhouse was simply freaking abnormal. Even some of the top ancient freaks were only at that level, not to mention the others. Even Lord Grimm was a little startled. Is there an ancient freak in the June family? Lord Grimm was a little confused. He was able to sense that Jun Xiaoyao's aura was of the same bloodline as his. However, his cultivation didn't seem like a contemporary genius at all. It was more like a young king from ancient times who had woken up from a deep slumber. How is this possible? How did he cultivate to the Tao God realm? Long Out Yin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His face was extremely distorted. He couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. He originally thought that his mid-stage heavenly god cultivation was enough to crush Jun Xiaoyao. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was able to crush an ancient freak in late-stage celestial god realm. This was King ridiculous. Long Out Yin was about to break down mentally. He wanted to curse. It felt like a person who had finally cultivated to the Star Glory stage and was ready to show off. However, he was facing a hidden king of glory. What was the point of competing? Long Out Yin wasn't the only one who had broken down mentally. Wang Teng's aura was also a little unstable. Tao God realm. Wang Teng was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had been blessed since he was young. His father, Wang Yuanba, thought that he had the bearing of an emperor. However, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, it was obvious who had the bearing of an emperor. How is this possible? How can this be? Wang Ting clenched his fists. He wanted to let Jiang Xingyi know who was better between him and Jun Xiaoyao. However, there was no need to compete now. Tao God Realm. This is a contemporary genius. The Prince of the Underworld was also a little confused. His target was only Lord Grimm. He didn't care about the contemporary geniuses. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance left the Underworld Prince a little dumbfounded. The geniuses who were enemies of the Jun family were all scared out of their wits. The geniuses on the Jun families sighed, heaved a sigh of relief. The severely injured Jun Wushuang, Jun Mulan, and the others' eyes were filled with surprise. As for Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, and the other girls, besides longing, there was also surprise and admiration in their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao had never disappointed. He was always creating miracles. As for the heaven's favorites who were watching from afar, they too found it hard to conceal their astonishment. Qingyi, I didn't really believe what you said before, but now I do. Ji Chongkong took a deep breath. The aura emanating from Jun Xiaoyao at the moment made him feel extremely pressured. Even I didn't think his strength would reach this level. He could casually kill an ancient freak. Ji Qingyi's eyes were dazed. At the same time, there was a faint trace of regret and annoyance in her heart. If she had been like Xiao Maxian and helped the Jun family, then perhaps some of the previous friction could have been completely eliminated. Moreover, she would have been able to befriend an extremely powerful genius. Unfortunately, regret was useless. On the other side, Xiao Maxian covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide open. Little Big Brother Carefree has actually become so strong. Xiao Maxian was startled, but also overjoyed. She had made the right bet. The reason she had helped the Jun family was to befriend Jun Xiaoyao. And now, Jun Xiaoyao's strength had far surpassed her expectations. Jun Xiaoyao. Long Out Yin's eyes burst out with light. He couldn't accept this reality. I have the ability to jump ranks to challenge others. I don't fear him. Long Out Yin clenched his teeth. He couldn't bear it any longer. He directly attacked, activating the supernatural ability of the ancient Void Dragon race, the Void Dragon Fist. As his fist punched out, ripples appeared in the void in front of him, and the phantom of an ancient dragon appeared. However, Jun Xiaoyao stood there with his hands crossed behind his back, his expression indifferent. He looked at Long Out Yin as if he were looking at an ant. What's going on? The Jun family's son of God isn't reacting at all. Is he not placing Long Outyin in his eyes? Many geniuses were shocked. Die. As Long Outyin saw this, he was even more enraged. His middle, celestial realm cultivation completely erupted. His fist punched out, but the result was that terrifying fist light turned into nothingness 100 feet in front of Jun Xiaoyao. It didn't even flutter the hem of Jun Xiaoyao's clothes. This is. Long Outyin was stunned once more. By the way, the Jun family's son of God seems to have a secret technique that can give him a certain level of magical immunity, some of the geniuses said. It wasn't the first time Jun Xiaoyao had used magical immunity. Therefore, some people still noticed it. Originally, the strength of Long Outyen's Void Dragon Fist was enough to break through Jun Xiaoyao's magical immunity. Unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao's strength had increased to the Dao God stage, so the magical immunity's effects had naturally increased again. Long Outyen, it seems like you've gotten some opportunities, but unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao's tone was cold as he shook his head slightly. He wasn't surprised that Long Outyen had gotten some opportunities. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than him. Next, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he raised his hand and activated the 7 dragons' vital energy. 7 dragon-shaped phantoms of different attributes appeared, letting out dragon roars. The 7 dragons intertwined and turned into an apocalyptic wave that attacked Long Outyen. It was the ultimate move. 7 dragons destroy the world. This is my 7 dragons' vital energy. Long Outyen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The dragon's soul blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed horizontally. However, the result was under Jun Xiaoyao's attack, Long Outyen couldn't fight back at all. He spat out blood, his bones were broken, and he was knocked back hundreds of feet. Jun Xiaoyao's casual attack had severely injured Long Outyen. Everyone was stunned and silent. That was Zulong's forbidden first generation, and his strength was comparable to that of an ancient freak. In the end, he couldn't even take a casual attack from Jun Xiaoyao. Why do I feel that the Jun family's son of God's 7 dragons' vital energy is more than 10 times stronger than Long Outyen's? Yeah, I think so too. The Jun family's son of God's dragon clan's divine power is even stronger than Long Outyen's. Many geniuses were extremely surprised. Hearing this, Long Outyen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Lord Grimm also took the opportunity to break free from the trap. His figure flashed, and he rushed to Jun Xiaoyao's side. Brother, you are. Lord Grimm also sized up Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, the current sequence 0 of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. I see. Lord Grimm suddenly understood. Sequence 0 was not a sequence 0 in every generation. Only a true genius would be able to take on this identity. Lord Grimm thought that he was already monstrous enough, but this generation's sequence 0 was even stronger. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao and Lord Grimm stood together. The 2 sequences of the Jun family stood side by side, and their aura shocked everyone. The underworld prince's face changed, and it was extremely ugly. Brother Xiaoyao, what do we do next? Lord Grimm held the Tianji spear and smiled. Of course, blood for blood, a life for a life. Jun Xiaoyao also put on the Overlord exterminating Holy King gloves, who could defeat the sequence 0 of the Jun family on the same stage. Chapter 458. When they saw the 2 sequence 0s, Jun Xiaoyao and Lord Grimm, standing side by side, their faces turned pale. The faces of the geniuses from the opposing forces of the Jun family were ashen, as if they had lost their parents. Killing Lord Grimm alone had taken them a lot of effort, and they had yet to succeed. Now, there was an even more monstrous and powerful Jun Xiaoyao. How were they going to fight? The morale of the Kingslayer team dropped to the lowest point. Many of the primordial royal geniuses were terrified. Brother Xiaoyao, who do you choose? Lord Grimm asked. Jun Xiaoyao could choose Prince Ming, Long Outyen, Wang Tung, and the others. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and shook his head when he heard that. You're injured, so you should rest first. Leave this place to me. Jun Xiaoyao took out an immortality herb and handed it to Lord Grim. Lord Grim was stunned. Brother Xiaoyao, Prince Ming is also in the Tao God realm. He's not easy to deal with. Lord Grim and Prince Ming were old enemies. He knew how powerful he was. Jun Xiaoyao was also in the Tao God realm, but that didn't fully represent his strength. Besides, Long Outyen, Wang Tung, and the others were watching from the side. They're just a bunch of weaklings. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care at all. All right. Lord Grim was a little embarrassed. He swallowed the immortality herb and began to recover. Attack! We can't let Lord Grim recover, shouted the underworld prince. Jun Xiaoyao, who was at the divine path realm, was already difficult enough to deal with. If Lord Grim recovered from his injuries, the Kingslayer plan would fail. Not only that, but a large number of people would have to pay with their lives. Wang Tung, Long Outyen, Feng Tiange, Feng Luofei, and the others looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao must die. For Spirit's Heaven Punishment Formation, Long Outyen and the others activated the formation again, summoning 4 godly beast spirits to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao punched out with the hand that was wearing the Saint King Annihilation Overlord's glove. Countless Tao patterns appeared, transforming into a long river that surged out majestically. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently. Long Outyen and the other three's formation was destroyed by a single punch. This degree of vigor caused countless gasps to ring out in the surroundings. Before the opening of the immortal ancient place, everyone assumed that Wang Tung, Long Outyen, or anyone else would be a worthy opponent for Jun Xiaoyao. And now, even with the 4 of them joining forces, they still couldn't withstand a single punch from Jun Xiaoyao. How could this be? Wang Tung and Long Outyen started to doubt their lives. The 4 of them were no match for Jun Xiaoyao even if they joined forces. Just as Jun Xiaoyao attacked, Princess Longji transformed into her human form. Her eyes were extremely cold as she looked at Ao Luan. Today you must die. Long Outyen won't be able to save you. Princess Longji attacked Ao Luan. Ao Luan's face turned pale. On the other side, Ao Guang saw this and stepped forward to block Princess Longji. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao looked at Long Outyen and the others. If it was before, he thought that Long Outyen, Wang Tung, and the others would be a little troublesome to deal with. But now they were no match for him even if they joined forces. Pay with your life for the 2 ancient freaks of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent as he struck out with his palm again. Seeing this, the 4 of them used their strongest moves. Huang Tiange let out a long howl. The divine phoenix's undying flame surged out as if it wanted to burn the heavens. Feng Luofei gritted her teeth. A pair of beautiful phoenix wings spread out, carrying with them a monstrous spiritual energy. Long Outyen held the dragon's soul blade in his hand and slashed out. Dragon chi boiled, and 1,000 feet long blade light swept across the sky. Wang Tung took out a golden holy sword. This was a gift from the heavens. The golden holy sword swept across the sky, and a vast amount of sword light swept out. The 4 heavens' favorites joined forces to attack. Its terrifying power was enough to threaten the lives of the ancient freaks. However, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, these moves were extremely laughable. He used his finger as a sword and slashed out with the sword of the immortal slayer. A vast amount of sword light swept across the sky, showing the fall of the immortals. As Jun Xiaoyao's capabilities increased, the power of his various techniques naturally increased as well. With one slash, the 4 heavens' favorites' strongest moves were broken. Long Outyen and Wang Tung were slightly better off. They only spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, their capabilities were stronger. However, Feng Luofei and Huang Tinga were in a more miserable state. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies were covered in sword wounds. Die. Jun Xiaoyao simply pointed his finger and used the finger of the Thunder Emperor, a 1,000-foot giant finger, like the Thunder Emperor himself, pressed down on Huang Tinga. Huang Tinga roared and burned her talent to the extreme. She even sacrificed her bloodline. However, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Huang Tinga's entire body was crushed to pieces by the finger. Her flesh and blood were turned into black dust by the lightning. How is this possible? Huang Tinga. Feng Luofei was completely stunned. Huang Tinga, who was as famous as her, had fallen so easily. She was killed by Jun Xiaoyao with one finger. Don't worry, you can go down and accompany him. A divine chain of order flew out from Jun Xiaoyao's forehead and turned into the sword of the Origin Emperor. It slashed towards Feng Luofei again. No. Feng Luofei had completely lost her will to fight. She turned around and flapped her wings to escape. In her eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was the king of hell who came to take her life. However, it was still futile. With a plop, the sword of the Origin Emperor cut Feng Luofei's delicate body in half. Even her primordial spirit was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the Phoenix Sun and Phoenix Maiden of Myriad Phoenix, Spirit Mountain, had fallen. The surroundings were silent at that moment. Jun Xiaoyao was practically unstoppable. He could kill anything that stood in his way. Long Outyen's entire body turned cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt that even if he stimulated the blood of the Emperor Dragon, it would be difficult to pose any threat to Jun Xiaoyao. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Long Outyen was puzzled. He was supposed to be the main character. Why was Jun Xiaoyao able to suppress him? Long Outyen, you've also grown fat. Jun Xiaoyao sized up Long Outyen. In his eyes, Long Outyen was like a juicy leek. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao vaguely felt that there was an aura that resonated with him from Long Outyen's body. Could it be related to the 9 great heavenly books? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, as the owner of the heavenly book, he might be able to vaguely sense other owners of the heavenly books. Of course, some of the more profound owners of the heavenly books might be able to block this perception, but it was clear that Long Outyen had not cultivated to perfection. Therefore, that aura was captured by Jun Xiaoyao. This is really a big leak. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, the 9 great heavenly books, even he would be moved. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at Long Outyen. Long Outyen clenched his teeth, wanting to stimulate the blood of the Emperor Dragon. But at this time, 18 terrifying claw lights came crashing down from the sky. In front of this prince, it is not your turn to be impudent. The one who attacked was the Underworld Prince. Chapter 459. As the trump card of the Fallen God Palace, he had once competed with Lord Grimm. The Prince of the Underworld's strength was undeniable. Among all the geniuses present, only the Prince of the Underworld could make Jun Xiaoyao pay attention. Jun Xiaoyao flipped his hand and punched the claw light. Although I don't know how you reached the Tao God realm at such a young age, you'd better keep a low profile in front of me. The Prince of the Underworld's eyes burned with death flames as he spoke indifferently. Others were afraid of Jun Xiaoyao, but he was not. His cultivation was also at the Tao God realm, and he had many trump cards. He was not even afraid of Lord Grimm. So why would he be afraid of a young man? Times have changed. In this era, you can sleep forever, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. What he meant was that the Prince of the Underworld could die now. You're asking for it. The Prince of the Underworld held the claw of the Underworld and clawed down. Heavenly Ghost Claw. As the claw came down, Underworld Chi and Ghost Chi surged, as if a demon from the abyss had reached out from hell. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao also punched out with the Saint King glove of the Annihilation Tyrant. Bang! The claw and fist met, and there was a cracking sound. Jun Xiaoyao's Saint King glove of the Annihilation Tyrant was full of cracks. Oh! Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. The Saint King glove of the Annihilation Tyrant was a weapon that he had forged a long time ago. Now it seemed that it was not as strong as he wanted to be. Break! The Prince of the Underworld's eyes flashed as the claw of the Underworld shattered the Saint King glove of the Annihilation Tyrant. Then the claw hit Jun Xiaoyao's chest. If this attack landed, it would be bad for them. Oh no! The Son of God of the Jun family's divine weapon is broken! Many people whispered. On the Jun family's side, everyone's hearts tightened. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm as usual. His body shook, and the seven-colored divine light surged. Then a slender silver armor materialized inch by inch, sticking to Jun Xiaoyao's body. The surface of the silver armor was covered in a layer of colorful light, as if it was protected by the power of the 7 dragons. It was the 7-colored holy dragon armor. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The supreme weapon, Hell King's Claw, struck the 7-colored sacred dragon armor, but it was unable to break through its defense. How is this possible? The Underworld Prince was shocked. Nobody expected Jun Xiaoyao to be able to conjure an armor with such formidable defensive capabilities right away. The primordial force of 7 dragons is inside it. Long Out Yin clenched his teeth, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That was the power he once possessed. Now, however, Jun Xiaoyao was playing an even greater role in the fight. This was unbearable. Long Out Yin's battle intent began to waver. His mentality had completely collapsed. Where there's life, there's hope. Long Out Yin was about to leave. He took a step forward and the void rippled. His body transformed into an extremely fast speed, as if he was shuttling through the void. Jun Xiaoyao saw this and reached out his hand, wanting to stop Long Out Yin. The Prince of the Underworld, God, attacked again. Limitless Death Seal. The Underworld Prince formed a seal with his hands, and a pitch-black seal came crashing down like an ancient demonic mountain. Jun Xiaoyao saw this and immediately punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 6 reincarnation vortexes surged out along with the fist radiance and directly destroyed the limitless death seal. At the same time, the aftershock blasted towards the Underworld Prince. The Underworld Prince used his Hell King's Claw as a shield to block the attack, but he was forced to take a few hundred steps back. His chest was trembling, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of technique is this? The Underworld Prince was shocked. He had never seen or heard of such a fist technique. It was as if the fist was going to send someone into the reincarnation cycle. It was hair-raising, and in this moment, Long Out Yin's figure had disappeared without a trace. Forget it, Long Out Yin. You're a fat sheep. You can't escape from the immortal ancient world. Jun Xiaoyao did not care too much. With Long Out Yin's personality, he would definitely continue to cause trouble. When he had the chance, he would probably want to turn the tables and kill Jun Xiaoyao. When the time came, Long Out Yin would take the initiative to come to him, and Jun Xiaoyao could just kill him with one palm. As for now, he would let the others pay the price first. I don't believe it. The Underworld Prince's face was cold. He had never been suppressed to such an extent by anyone. Even at his peak, Lord Grimm could only suppress him for a while, and could not pose a threat to his life. However, Jun Xiaoyao's punch made him feel like he was about to die. The Underworld Prince was not stupid. He could feel that Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was insanely strong, and his golden blood qi was overwhelming. It should be the legendary sacred body of the ancients. If that's the case, then I'll use soul means to deal with you, the Underworld Prince said coldly. Then he activated the power of his primordial spirit, and at the same time he silently chanted a series of complex and obscure scriptures. For a moment, A deathly silent and tragic atmosphere spread out, as if all life had fallen and the world was mourning. Could that be the fallen god palace's sole grand magic, Pluto's great compassion mantra? Some of the geniuses, who knew a little about it, felt a chill down their spines. They quickly retreated, and at the same time, used their soul power to protect their primordial spirits. Pluto's great compassion mantra was a terrifying soul grand magic with a fierce reputation. Once it was chanted, it could make all life bleed. The underworld prince had the bloodline of the underworld king. When he used the Pluto's great compassion mantra, its power was even more terrifying. Some of the geniuses who were slightly closer to him even bled from their orifices, and their primordial spirits exploded. Die. The underworld prince chanted the Pluto's great compassion mantra with all his might. Most of the power gathered toward Jun Xiaoyao. You want to compete with me on the path of souls. Jun Xiaoyao really wanted to laugh. The underworld prince knew that his physical body was strong, so he wanted to compete with him on the path of souls. Little did he know that Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was the primordial spirit of the 3 lifetimes. He also cultivated the Tathagata mantra of the 3 lifetimes, Celestial Sutra. Jun Xiaoyao also activated the power of his primordial spirit. In the void, the aura of his soul surged. A Vairocana that seemed to suppress all eternity and emitted endless light appeared. When the Vairocana appeared, the Pluto's great compassion mantra immediately dissipated. The underworld prince was stunned again. Your physical body is strong, so I can compete with you on the path of souls. In the end, your path of souls is also so strong. Can't we have a good time? Not only the underworld prince, but the other geniuses were also stunned. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was not weak, but they didn't expect it to be so strong. Even the geniuses who specialized in the primordial spirit and path of souls were no match for Jun Xiaoyao. Suppress. Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of his primordial spirit, and the Pluto's great compassion mantra was completely destroyed. The underworld prince's mind shook violently, and his primordial spirit trembled. He suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. His head felt like it was about to explode. He was about to collapse. When he saw this, Wang Teng's heart turned cold. Even the underworld prince was no match for Jun Xiaoyao. Wang Teng, who had an invincible Tao heart, wanted to retreat. Damn it! The underworld prince's hair was disheveled, and his chin was covered in blood. His eyes were ferocious, and his face was contorted. In his era, he had been suppressed by Lord Grimm. Now he had finally reappeared and wanted to fight for the mandate of heaven. Yet another monster had appeared, Jun Xiaoyao. How was he going to let them live? Today I will kill you. The underworld prince threw caution to the wind. His Pluto bloodline was fully activated, and his body was covered in a layer of terrifying Pluto flames. Oh no, is he going to use that move? Lord Grimm, who was recuperating, was shocked when he saw this. The power of that move was earth-shattering, and it was definitely a killer move. Even Lord Grimm would have to give it his all. Would Jun Xiaoyao be able to take it? Chapter 460. Every single one of those ancient freaks had extraordinary strength and had their own trump cards. Therefore, while it was possible to determine the winner among the ancient freaks, it was difficult to determine life and death. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone a talented ancient freak. Everyone had their own tricks up their sleeves. At this moment, the prince of the underworld had decided to use his trump card. He was very confident in this move. The prince of the underworld slowly bent his knees in front of Jun Xiaoyao, as if he was about to kneel. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is going on? The prince of the underworld actually knelt in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Even if he admitted defeat, he didn't have to go to this extent, did he? No, could it be that move? The ancient freak of the Ji clan, Ji Changkong, seemed to have thought of something taboo. His expression changed, and he quickly retreated with Ji Qingyi. What's wrong? Ji Qing-yi was shocked by Ji Changkong's reaction. On the other side, the ancient freak of the Yi clan, Yi Nantian, was also shocked. He quickly retreated. The ancient freaks were obviously more knowledgeable than the current generation of geniuses. They had thought of a terrifying superpower. The prince of the underworld is a lunatic. He actually wants to use this superpower. Jiang Tianyan's expression was ugly. Brother Xiaoyao, be careful. Lord Grimm couldn't help but remind him. The prince of the underworld had used this move on him before. Even if he didn't use it fully, it was enough to threaten Lord Grimm. Interesting. I hope you don't disappoint me, the son of God. Jun Xiaoyao was not worried at all. Instead, he was curious. If the prince of the underworld really had the ability to defeat or injure him, Jun Xiaoyao would be happy. After all, it was really lonely to be invincible in the same generation. One-armed underworld king, kowtow! The prince of the underworld knelt on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. At the same time, behind him, an endless amount of underworld qi surged into the void. Finally, a giant figure appeared. That figure was like the overlord of hell, a supreme lord of the underworld, and every single move he made was capable of annihilating all living beings. Most shocking of all, that terrifying demonic silhouette only had a single arm. That's the ancient one-armed Hell King. Many prodigies felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. In ancient times, there were some powerful existences that had intimidated the Nine Heavens' immortal realm. For example, the true Lord Gulen of the Saint sect, and the one-armed Nether King. In ancient times, these experts were like gods that were worshipped by all. There were even rumors that these godlike powerhouses had not fallen, but were instead slumbering in the passage of time, waiting for an opportunity. Right now, the prince of the underworld, who possessed a trace of the underworld king's bloodline, had finally used his trump card, the one-armed underworld king's 3 kowtows. At that moment, although it was only a single kowtow, its frightening might had already caused the surroundings to tremble. The one-armed Pluto was a legendary expert in ancient times. It had always been others worshipping him, not him worshipping others. How many people in this world could withstand a bow from the one-armed Nether King? In other words, not many people in the same cultivation could withstand the attack from the prince of the underworld god. It's your honor to die from this attack. The prince of the underworld god's face turned even paler, yet he wore a cruel grin. Can't you do something new? Aren't you tired of saying the same thing every day? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with astonishment when he sensed the power of the one-armed underworld king's kowtow. But that was all he could do. Fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist and threw a punch forward. The punch consisted of 6 different moves, as if it had turned into 6 different worlds of reincarnation. The fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation was an outstanding fist art. It could be improved as Jun Xiaoyao's strength improved. It felt like the punch was going to destroy the heavens. The illusionary figure of the one-armed underworld king was blasted into pieces by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. The prince of the underworld god's chest shuddered. He spat out a mouthful of blood with astonishment. He was surprised that Jun Xiaoyao was able to break his trump card with such ease. I don't believe it. The prince of the underworld god gritted his teeth and activated the dermic powers in his body again. The underworld qi surged. He performed the second move again. The one-armed underworld king's second kowtow. Behind him, the one-armed underworld king, who was tens of thousands of feet tall, kowtowed again. The second move was even more powerful than the first move. The underworld qi surged into the sky and swept in all directions. Some of the surrounding geniuses who did not dodge in time were instantly crushed and turned into a bloody pulp. Jun Xiaoyao threw a punch in the face of this move. Do you really think you can break all moves with a single punch? The prince of the underworld god said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled and stomped his foot. With a loud bang, the the immortal light surged. Behind him, a terrifying figure appeared. It was like a supreme immortal king, suppressing the entire world. It was the vision of the sacred body of the ancients, the immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. The immortal king descending to the 9 heavens was an invincible, dharmic powers that multiplied the power of the move. Jun Xiaoyao threw a punch. The illusionary figure of the immortal king behind him threw a punch too. The power of the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation instantly skyrocketed to a terrifying level. Bang! The 9 heavens immortal king threw a punch at the one-armed underworld king. The one-armed underworld king was nullified again. Puff! The prince of the underworld god spat out a mouthful of blood. His bones were shattered as he was sent flying. The whole place fell silent. Who would have thought that the ancient Tao God realm freak, the trump card of the fallen god's palace, would be suppressed to such a miserable state by Jun Xiaoyao? Brother Xiaoyao's strength is simply... Even Lord Grimm, who was used to seeing big storms and big waves, was somewhat startled. With Jun Xiaoyao's strength, if he was born in his era, he would not have the chance to become Sequence 0. How is this possible? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The prince of the underworld god's face twisted like a demon. He could not accept this cruel reality. I haven't lost yet. The prince of the underworld god wore a ferocious expression. Next, he had the 3rd move. Although the prince of the underworld god would not be able to withstand this move, he only wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao now. One-armed underworld king. 3 kowtows. Blood burst out of the prince of the underworld god's body as if he was sacrificing himself. The one-armed underworld king appeared behind him again. Underworld chi rolled like waves, drowning the entire mortal world. The entire ancient spiritual land seemed to have turned into a doomsday scene in an instant. The power of the one-armed underworld king's 3 kowtows was truly unleashed. The prince of the underworld god had not used this move even when he was facing Lord Grimm, and now he was using it against Jun Xiaoyao. The one-armed underworld king kowtowed again as if he was going to drag the whole world into hell. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the air and felt the power of this move. It was as if it was going to crush him and the void around him into powder. This move is finally a little interesting. You are qualified to make me use that move. Jun Xiaoyao's black hair danced in the wind as he smiled faintly. His self-created grand Tao of origin just happened to lack an opportunity to test its power. As for the other elites, they were not qualified to make Jun Xiaoyao use that move. Jun Xiaoyao reached out his hand, and the origin of God in his dantian vibrated slightly. The origin energy of the universe surged out and turned into origin divine chains. Then, in the void, they intertwined to form an eternal light. Genesis, Light of God, Chapter 461. This was the first time that Jun Xiaoyao had used the great path of origin that he had created in a real battle. When this light appeared, everyone's gazes were involuntarily attracted to it. The first feeling was beauty. The second feeling was danger. Extreme danger. Even some of the ancient freaks felt their hair stand on end, let alone the ordinary heaven's favorites. What kind of great path of origin is this? It's so terrifying. It seems to be able to annihilate everything. Endless gasps could be heard from all around. This was the first time that Jun Xiaoyao had used the great path of origin in front of everyone. As soon as he made his move, it shocked everyone. This light seemed to have cut through the darkness of doomsday, split the chaos, and divided the heavens and the earth. The divine light swept across, and the one-armed Lord of Hell's figure directly disappeared in the endless divine light. Smoke came out of it. Even the Prince of Hell was annihilated. His physical vitality was also wiped out by the divine light. His flesh and blood collapsed inch by inch and turned into ashes. Even his primordial spirit was turned into nothingness. The Prince of Hell didn't even have time to scream before he was annihilated in the divine light. The Prince of Hell had fallen. At this moment, everyone was dead silent. The enemies of the Jun family felt a chill run down their spines. They were not ordinary geniuses, nor were they ordinary ancient freaks. He was a powerful being in the Tao divinity realm. That one-armed lord of Hell's 3 Caodaos was enough to kill 99% of the geniuses present. But now, the powerful Prince of Hell had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao with a single move. If the truth hadn't been right in front of their eyes, no one would have believed it. When Wang Ting saw this, he immediately took out a space-piercing talisman and tried to escape. Trying to escape? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao also caught a trace of ripple in another part of the void. That trace of fluctuation escaped in another direction. Jun Xiaoyao's face suddenly turned cold. Compared to external enemies, the mole was even more hateful. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about Wang Ting. Instead, he took a step forward and extended his hand to grab the air in another direction. The void trembled as if it was about to be torn apart. A silhouette appeared. It was the cloaked man who worked under Wang Ting and plotted against the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao reached out with one hand and grabbed the cloaked man. No matter how the cloaked man struggled, causing ripples in the void, he was unable to escape from Jun Xiaoyao's palm. "Let me go!" A familiar voice sounded. His voice stunned the geniuses of the Jiang family nearby. "That voice is—" Jiang Chuhan was in disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao smiled coldly and used a wisp of magic power to shatter the cloaked man's cloak. A handsome man in luxurious clothes revealed his true appearance. It was Hua Yuanxiu. "Hua Yuanxiu, it's you!" The elites of the Jiang family were in disbelief at first. Then they were enraged. They weren't stupid. After connecting the dots, they immediately understood. It turned out that Hua Yuanxiu had always been a member of the Wang family. "Not only did you plot against the Jun family this time, but you must have also secretly revealed my grandfather Jiang Daoxu's health condition to the Wang family. Otherwise, how could the Wang family be so coincidental to propose marriage at that time and even bring the 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass?" Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. He had already expected this, but he didn't have any substantial evidence. Besides, he had other things to do, so he didn't do anything for now. However, it didn't mean that Jun Xiaoyao would let Hua Yuanxiu go. Hua Yuanxiu's face turned red after being caught red-handed in public. He couldn't say anything to refute. "Hua Yuanxiu, you really make me feel disgusted." Jiang Chuhan frowned and felt nauseous. She felt even more disgusted at the thought of her almost marrying Hua Yuanxiu. Fortunately, she hadn't let Hua Yuanxiu lay a finger on her, and Jun Xiaoyao had exposed her in public. "Damn it, Jun Xiaoyao, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been forced to do this," Hua Yuanxiu said with a ferocious expression. "Don't complain to me. Trash is trash. Death is your only choice." Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to say anything to this aunt. He shook his arm, and his dermic power surged. Hua Yuanxiu's entire body exploded, along with his primordial spirit. Even the prince of the underworld was no match for Jun Xiaoyao. Hua Yuanxiu, who had the Void Emperor physique, couldn't resist at all. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't have time to chase after Wang Ting because he wanted to expose Hua Yuanxiu's murder. But it didn't matter. Wang Ting was similar to Long Outyin. They were both extremely proud people. He wasn't afraid that they wouldn't take the initiative to come to him. "Oh, right, and you?" Jun Xiaoyao locked onto another figure. It was Gu Chanzi of the Celestial Cicada clan. It could be said that Gu Chanzi was the absolute core of this Kingslayer plan. Although his cultivation wasn't the best, he was the most useful. The Celestial Cicada clan with few members. Unfortunately, you provoked the Jun family. You can't escape destruction. Jun Xiaoyao casually pointed at Gu Chanzi. Gu Chanzi's expression also changed and he couldn't resist. "So, you are the biggest tribulation." Gu Chanzi stared at Jun Xiaoyao. For some reason, he felt that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't just a tribulation this time. He was also a terrifying tribulation for the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the 10,000 ancient races. The glory of the Archean royalty would probably end completely in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. In the end, Gu Chanzi used his own life to see a corner of the future. That corner was very dark for the Archean royalty. A figure with his back to all living beings suppressed the 10,000 ancient races. Unfortunately, Gu Chanzi could no longer tell this prophecy. Who's next? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze landed on Ao Guang of the dragon human race again. Ao Guang's expression also changed. He wanted to retreat earlier, but he was entangled by Princess Longji and couldn't escape at all. At this moment, being noticed by Jun Xiaoyao was like being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast. Didn't you say that when you came out of seclusion, I would definitely die? What about now? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold and playful. At this moment, Ao Guang only felt a chill all over his body. As a high and mighty young king of a mortal ancient, he lost all his elegance in front of Jun Xiaoyao. How did this person become so strong all of a sudden? Ao Guang racked his brains but couldn't understand. When Jun Xiaoyao fought with his shadow previously, he was only at the true god realm. Now he was so strong that just a look was enough to make him tremble. Jun Xiaoyao didn't waste any more words and attacked again. Ao Guang's strength was indeed not weak, but in front of Jun Xiaoyao, whose strength had skyrocketed, he was still as weak as an ant. Even when Ao Guang transformed into the radiant holy dragon in the end, he was still beheaded by Jun Xiaoyao's immortal slaying sword art. The young king of a mortal ancient had also fallen. At this moment, all sides were terrified. Jun Xiaoyao casually killed the enemy with a flick of his finger. It was like the grim reaper of hell, choosing a sacrifice for death. The son of God of the Jun family is going crazy. Some of the geniuses who were watching the battle outside sighed.